Happy Friday, everybody. A quiet week doesn't mean a quiet Friday night live stream. Let's see how it goes. Cheers, everybody. You start going into the Friday, the weekly close, right? I'm like, 11, hold, right? You still want to see it hold 11, but quiet week, especially relative. Oh, I didn't even see. Relative to the rest of the market, it kind of looks like the value trade is starting to work out a little bit. It ended the week strong. Value, small cap. I remember I'm kind of conflating everything, but you saw small cap ended the week strong. Remember, it had a big relative outperformance early in the week, and we say, hey, let's see how it holds up throughout the rest of the week. It kind of held up okay. It settled down a bit, but so super early. But I was kind of curious how it was going to end the week. And of course, but GameStop itself was kind of quiet. And look at that volume. Look at this volume. So quiet, right? But in some people, I know some people with the shorter term time horizon, if you're invested in a stock like this, GameStop aside, you might get a little bit frustrated by that. But the longer term investors in GameStop, it's chill, it's cool, it's no big deal. And then you just pull up that weekly chart. All else equal, you want the price higher, but it remains in that box. And with each passing week, I've been saying like double digits. It remains in double digits. People have been talking about this on the stream too. You kind of get that handle from the cup and handle, right? And so for the longer it stays above there, it just strengthens the chart. It's becoming abundantly obvious. A lot of market participants out there are kind of just waiting for more news. But not only that, again, other value type stocks are looking relatively more attractive. GameStop's up. It's already up 2x, 3x, 4x even from the lows. And so you're even seeing a rotation out of like stocks like this into some other value stocks. But importantly, in my mind, this is a tailwind, even though it doesn't appear as though GameStop is participating, but it is so damn early that if there were a rotation into like value type, small cap type stocks, if it is even happening, and you can't even say that definitively, I didn't even pop this up. But if you look at that, if you pull up that Russell 2000 chart, like that looks good. It popped up above that and it held through the week. That's a good looking chart for the Russell 2000. And even though right now, like it appears unlike the other stocks in the Roaring Kitty model portfolio, like performing well this week, right? Kind of even crushing GameStop in some cases, but that's okay because what now appears to be not benefiting a stock like GameStop what seems likely to serve as a tailwind in the future. I'm working under that assumption. But right now, again, there's just all this rotation stuff going on, relative trades, blah, blah, blah. I'm of the opinion that now we're getting close. I mean, believe it or not, we're getting closer to Q3 earnings. Before you know it, it's going to be here. That's how this shit happens, as many of us know, right? Cheers, everybody. Happy Friday. Hey, we got a good turnout. Happy Friday, everybody. I hope you had a good week this week, right? If there's some value, I know we have some value investing people on the channel, so I hope that you had a good week this week because it was a pretty damn good week overall. And but I'm of the opinion now that it's been quieting down right now. GameStop made a big move. It's settling down. Haven't got too much crazy news out of GameStop, but now we're getting close into we're getting into earnings for GameStop. I suspect volatility is going to pick up a bit. Volume will pick up a bit. And supposing we are at the bottom side of this rectangle, this is pure speculation because I don't have strong conviction over short-term predictions and so forth, but I suspect that as of right now, if we're at the lower end of this little box here, this little arbitrary box that I just tossed on the chart, right? But that increased volatility, it may get bid up into earnings. That's kind of like I'm kind of tilting that way right now. Not a strong prediction, but that now we've kind of had a low volume week with the stock hovering around this $10, $11 range. I think as we get closer, the bid there'll probably be a bid on GameStop as to an aggressive sell-off. That's what I'm thinking. If you disagree, let me know in the chat. It's kind of guesswork. That's how I view this. But that we're at the lower side of that box, I think we get closer to maybe we get bid up a bit. You know what I mean? But anything to get out of that box, and again, I feel this both ways, that you need some strong either negative or positive surprise to get out of that. It's kind of like working out that way, right? You can see that, right? Okay. And so that's the weekly. But the monthly, everything's kind of looking the same. It's right there. It's peeking in there. It's right there. This is all the same to me. It's no big deal. It's still in there. And then you saw the intraday, right? I was posting that. That's what I'm seeing. It could break tomorrow. It's right there. Oh, you can't really see. You can't really see that well. This is poked right down there. You can barely see it. It's like right on the line right now. It's kind of funny watching tracking that line. Lower highs. Now we're at a. I mean, usually I wait a couple of days before I might add a silly parabola or a line on it just to see if it's holding up. And I'm like, damn, it's kind of in a little bit of a channel right there. And that 1180 does seem like it's pretty. Oh, and if you back out a little bit Anyway, this is super short-term stuff, right? But it's just if I'm like trying to put myself in the shoes of like super short-term people tracking the stock, right? Not people who necessarily have a similar thesis to me. This chart is not a reflection of my type of thesis. I'm trying to just gauge that short-term sentiment. I'm trying to see what other market participants are seeing, and that's what I see. And it's holding up. I've posted this chart a couple of times, and wouldn't you believe it? Right there, it ended right on that line. It doesn't mean it holds up, right? It's just something to keep your eye on. That's all. Just like when this broke a couple of weeks ago, and that broke through, it's kind of like that short-term super bullish optimism was kind of fading a bit. And now, right now, I'm not really seeing too much crazy bullishness right now. I don't think many people are, but it seems to be tracking this a bit. And so who knows? So next week, so we had some file. So there's not much news to report on the GameStop front, but there were some filings today. Some folks did file. Some of the you're not gonna. These would be their 13 Fs that were filed. The most notable one is Permit. So these are the filings. They'll be due on Monday. By Monday, and we will likely get Scion Buri's updated portfolio as of September 30th on Monday. That's my guess. If I recall correctly, Scion usually files it in the middle of the day, which is a bit unusual. I think a lot of firms tend to file it after hours. But there were some filed today. You can. So if you go to Whale Wisdom, great site. Cheers to Whale Wisdom here. And if you go down here and you can sort by date reported, you can see them coming in. And what I'm most usually just looking for, the larger ones, right? So right off the bat, you see Permit Capital right there filed today, 3%. So they had trimmed going into earnings before Q2 earnings. And it was a little bit odd, trimming going into earnings. I'm like, what's going on there? And they dipped below 5%. And you saw this where they're at now. They're at about 3% ownership of GameStop now. And I was curious, and I'll be curious to see how a lot of these firms holding up. But that's still a good chunk. It's still it remains their second largest position as of September 30th. Remember, these were some activist investors who were pounding the table trying to look. It's twice as large as their next largest position. And very clearly, if you look at their first position, it's kind of in a league of its own as to how they're handling. It's not even. It's kind of viewed differently. It's pretty obvious it's viewed differently from their perspective, right? It's 75% of the portfolio. Who knows? It's clearly a special case. But as far as the regular portfolio, it was interesting that it remained as large a percentage of their portfolio as of September 30th, given that stuff was happening, right? But we knew that they had strong conviction that this is why they were activists in the first place. So we were saying the same thing about Buri. It doesn't seem too likely that they would sell out as of September 30th. Where was that stock price, September 30th? Is this it? Where was it? Just about, it was at $10 or so. So we're right there at about $10. So not much has changed. That's the thing. Folks could have trimmed, right? Folks could have trimmed on the way up, take some profits, and so forth. But so they held. That was when I was keeping my eye out for. And then, but we don't have Buri's yet. I'll be super curious, right? Now that we saw some of those, his commentary, it seems possible some of these folks could have trimmed in that quick run up to 15. But you're always still curious. 15 wasn't in before September 30th, notably, right? But still, something to keep your eye on Monday. We'll get some more. Hold on, let me just back out here. And there were a couple other new firms taking some positions there. Let's see, this was 3%, but MIDA Advisors, I don't even know. I don't know MIDA, but they own 1% of the, you can't see that. They own 1% of GameStop now. This was a new position as of Q2. That was interesting. Hadn't seen them before. I pulled up their portfolio, and I haven't even dug into them. I'm just sitting down at the computer now. It is their top stock position. Look at this. IWM, call, and then on a couple of other ones, but outright stock positions, their top stock position, just like it was for Buri at the end of as of June 30th. So I thought that was interesting. So I haven't dug into them yet. If anyone has any thoughts about it, I haven't heard of them before. But I like to see that, right? I like to see that if it's the largest position in someone else's portfolio, there must be some conviction there. And what's interesting is it's it's 4% of their portfolio. That's not nothing. That's good size. But it's a new position for them, and it's at 4%. Again, I don't know this firm at all, but that's something in my experience, I don't see too often. So it's kind of interesting. Boom, right off the bat, a high conviction position. And so I wonder when that was. Maybe following Cohen. It could be post Q2 earnings. It could have been in the doldrums of the summertime, just like many of us were talking about how it was the chart was looking good and it was a bullish setup heading into it. So I was kind of curious about that. What else? So those were the big ones. Schwab, not really nothing. Schwab's at 2% still. A small trim, but really these are those largely passive funds. I didn't see much else that was large or even notable. Was there one other one that was kind of Hey, let me just, I can sort by this ownership here, just real quick. I didn't get a chance to go through, so I just wanted to check here real quick. Wait, what is this? Let me do this. Q3. What's going on? It's not sorting there? Percent ownership? Oh, I don't know. Oh, okay, I'll check this in a sec. Let me just get caught up. I got mine. I got that. What else was I going to talk on? I got that. Oh, I got the weekly and the monthly still showing up. Really, not much else. And just the crazy low volume was stuck out to me too, right? 3.4 million. Look at this. And again, all else equal, you want the price to go higher and stuff, but it's important separate GameStop. Channel's educational, right? I mean, when you see this low volume, stocks can sell off on this, and it's a weak indication. But GameStop's holding up, even in this what kind of seems like a relative rotation on low volume. Folks really don't really seem like they're paying much attention to it. I mean, I understand the consoles and stuff, right? But that's why it's always a question of what is already priced in. It's an important question that is very difficult to answer at times. And so it's good that it's holding up on this low volume. It's really sticking out to me because if suddenly people are super bullish about it and get excited about it, especially you know what I got up is we'll get into this, but Rod, I popped up your Rod shared some forecasts here, which I thought I always like to see. Like sticking your neck out there, like here's a forecast that I have, and then people can disagree with it. But Rod was one of the first folks here tossing out like a hard forecast going into Q3. A couple other folks have too. I think Kingdom Capital did on Seeking Alpha. I don't have it up right now, but a couple other folks tossed some figures out there. I always like to see that because it helps me put myself in your shoes as to what you're seeing and how you're thinking about things. So I thought that we'll get into this. Hopefully Rod's here. And but that's about it. 666. Welcome everybody. I hope you all had a good week. Hope you had a good week. How we doing? Oh, Uber's here. Yeah, Z is right. Quiet day, Uber. Quiet day. He knows. And still holding at 11 though, right? Still holding at 11. Okay. Welcome to the party. Hey, what up, Super? Wait, Jamie Simons? What's that? James Simons? Jim Simons? Didn't they already have a position? I thought they already had a position, no? Did I miss something? Well, let me keep scrolling. Let me keep going. Okay. Hey, what's up, James? Hope you're doing well. James. Polygon. What's up, Polygon? Oh, Polygon. You have a chill weekend, Polygon. You keep it real. Keep it chill. Let's see. Yeah, let's go for it. Let's see. What is it? November? Oh, hey, we're almost halfway through the month. We still didn't get an earnings announcement yet. That'll probably be in the next 2 weeks or so. Excuse me, an earnings date where they'll say, hey, here's when we're expecting earnings to be. And I lean toward right now, price will get bid up, but it's all short-term type stuff, right? Even if it gets to 14, 15, like I've said multiple times, it could be a trading opportunity for some, right? For certain folks. But for me, it's just we're in the same like short-term channel. I'm more curious about breaking below, right? But breaking above, that's what I'm kind of curious about if we can get there. If you get it end of month, yeah, it's possible. Okay. Price is below. Oh, yeah, so the price is below the... so, EO, what up, EO? Cheers, mate, saying the price is below Microsoft announcement. Short's still in control somehow. So, yeah, I don't know if I agree with that take, EO. Like, the short interest still seems like it's elevated, right? We just got it as of a couple of weeks ago. Still seem very, very, above shares outstanding, right? How often do you see that? And I said on Uber was talking about this on StockTwits how it's kind of noteworthy how little media attention that this setup has gotten this time around. Many people were talking about it like last cycle around, which Uber was sharing some links. People talking about it. Not many people talking about it. I mean, some folks, right? But it just seems like I guess we got to see how it plays out. But it seems like it could be a bigger story than what it's actually getting media-wise right now. I mean, more shares short than outstanding during what is one of the biggest catalysts for a company in this position. Blah, 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 blah. Y'all know. But anyway, so EO, I keep on saying how it's not, it's more there's no buying. There's no buying, EO. You know what I mean? That's what will drive this type of thing. It sounds silly, I know, but I don't see this shorts controlling stuff. It's not like short interest continues to rise to crazy, more shorts. I just see no one buying it. So I lean more toward, even to get into this point, like I talk about the marginal holders who are just maybe weak hands, just selling out of their position. That it didn't short squeeze or whatever, or they weren't getting the immediate catalyst they were hoping, so it just boom. But now it's holding up, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I think I think the short conversation is kind of dominating things because it's such an interesting setup and stuff. But I don't view that as them controlling this or whatever. Yeah. That's true. So Polygon, and some folks have been talking about this, and Rod posed this question on the last one. Polygon saying how shorts have decided they won't capitulate until the free cash flows are realized. It appears that I'm kind of on board with this, that they want to see some much harder evidence than they've seen so far that their long-term secular bear thesis is dead, and they are. It seems as though they just haven't seen enough yet. So that's what it seems like, Polygon. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Dusty? Happy Friday, Dusty. Hope you're having a nice week. Into a chill, cool weekend. Dispensary license. People were talking about that, right? Gaming, weed. They can go together, you know. But we got about that. The family brand, right? If it's like it ties into the brand. Does it align with the brand? You could see maybe certain aspects of the business or certain customers. You could see it just kind of depends from a larger scale, right? I don't know enough about it. Alex, what up, Alex? Happy Friday. Rob Wolf, let's go. Okay, Rob, cheers, Rob. Here we go. Yeah, the munchies too. The munchies, and they get some snacks. We already saw in some of their the concept stores. They had some munchies in there. Yeah, again, maybe it probably wouldn't be all stores, but maybe some stores. Maybe you never know down the line. Pizza Lounge. Yeah. Reggie. Oh, Kitty. Oh, you think even long-term investors hate this? You think so, Kitty? I don't know. Well, are there any long-term investors hating what's happening? I can't say. I don't feel that way. Hey, Daily O'Brien. What up, Daily? Cheers, mate. Huh? Cheers. CRSR. I don't know that, but let me pop that up over there. Let me keep scrolling through. Okay. Okay, so Alex is saying, they're saying that the handle, so the cup and handle, because I mentioned that cup and handle. Well, let's see, can we see it there? That's the weekly? That cup and handle can be 50% of the cut hike, the cup height. Well, then in that case, you'd say that's scary, but I'd say it's holding up pretty well, so maybe it's even more bullish, huh, Alex? Hey, what's up, Jen? How you doing, Jen? What's up, Cruise Control? What's up, Cruise Control? I remembered, huh? Hope you're having a nice Friday, Cruise Control. Oh, Dusty's saying how the games can take long to download, right? Some people were. Did I see somewhere someone saying that games were taking a while to download, plus the storage space and stuff? So yeah, I think there still remains quite a bit of personal preference for physical discs. We've talked about that quite a bit. New game, not wait for another 4 hours. Yeah, some people just want to play it right as soon as they get it, right? Part of it. Yeah. So Polygon saying haven't been too uncomfortable. Because at the bottom of that box we're stuck in. So I'm seeing the same thing, Polygon. Doesn't mean it holds or anything like that. It's just what I'm seeing. And wouldn't you know, it's kind of holding up right now. And that box has been on there for how many weeks now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 weeks. That's a long, it's not a long time, right? But that's a good amount of time to be holding up. It strengthens, right? Its use case is strengthening, right? That doesn't mean it's not like a hike of 100%. It's not going to break through anything like that, but that's just that's what the books say. That's what the books say. Everything's a test. Let's see it. Let's see if it holds up. Oh, okay. Oh, Alex. Okay, I like this. He says, check out the max historical chart of the stock. It looks like a gigantic cup with the longest handle you've ever seen. Let's do it. Oh, so the handle going this way? What are we talking? I think, is it the handle's got to go that way, though, I think? Wait, is the whole thing a cup? Wait, what am I seeing here? Oh, if that's the whole thing's the handle, right? But I think it's got to go the other way. I think. But if it could go both ways, then there you go. That is the longest handle I've seen, right? And in that light, Alex, it's not even as big of a cup. You know what I mean? Super Saucy saying the 13Fs look great. Yeah. It's still low. I'm curious. Permit held up. I was curious about Permit after their trim. And actually, how many shares do they got right now? Wait a second. Wait, let me just see. So permits got 1.9, and what I wanted to see was this. I actually haven't even had a chance to do this yet. I wanted to see when they filed this. Yeah, so they trimmed more. Okay, so they trimmed some more. If I'm reading, yeah, what are they at, 2.5? Because we knew they were just under 5 at the time, so they trimmed a bit more. So they trimmed 700. That was since their last filing. Okay. Okay, so they did trim a bit more. So let's see. So they trimmed another 800K out of their 2.5. So they trimmed another third of their position following that. That's interesting. Okay. Now I'm even more curious about what Scion did, right? We still haven't seen any trims. We still haven't seen any trims from from Donald Foss and from Musk. Those are the unique ones so far. The unique 5% positions, but that's interesting. Permit trimming even more. Okay. Post earnings, so they trimmed a little bit pre-earnings, post earnings, but it's still their second largest position, so it remains an outsized position. If they were trimming up to that point, if they were trimming up to 10, you'd have to think that they probably even trimmed even more heading up to 15. And in theory, I mean, in theory, they could have even sold out, right? Now they're below 5%. We wouldn't even know for another four months or so. But so that they trimmed another third. They could have trimmed up this pop too. They could have trimmed. So they trimmed, right. So they could have trimmed all the way up. It went up almost another 40%. Here, let me back out a couple extra days. Will that get me there? Now, what am I doing? Okay, just give me 6 months. Why am I in the 15-minute chart? What am I doing? What am I doing? Here we go, daily. Okay, so they're right around here. We were thinking they might have trimmed, headed into earnings, so right around that $7 range, right? And then because it was before the 30th, it could have been right up in this $10 range, right? Just taking some profits, maybe along the way up. Again, it was still a large position for them. It's always been an outsized position, and it was still twice as long. Even after they sold a third of their remaining position, it was still a good chunk of their portfolio. But now I'd have to suspect that they trimmed even more after that bit up, and now I'm curious as to what it would. But again, we won't know for 4 or 5 months. I'm just trying to think through how they're approaching this. Okay, and from their letters. They had been modifying what they felt fair value was along the way. Okay. I'll be curious to see what Scion did too. So this would be Scion. So they, again, from Bari's trading, he kind of takes like a trading type approach to this stuff. He was trimming in April. It wouldn't surprise me at all if he trimmed. I guess I'd be a bit surprised if he trimmed more than 30 or 40%. That would surprise me. I lean more toward around that 20% range. If he did, that's what I would think. But it was a quick run up. But that's the thing. We didn't get to the 15. That if it were 15, maybe a little bit different. But I've been thinking like if there were maybe around that. And that if he didn't trim at all, a bit bullish. That'd be a little bit bullish because my base case right now is a trim after a smart run up. But if you recall correctly from those letters he was writing, he thought the price it could be worth significantly higher under the right circumstances because of its business model. But so we'll have to see. Okay, so permit did trim. Yep. Okay, let me keep going. Show a lot of sell. Yeah, so really, I'm not really paying attention to much. Like this Vanguard action, I don't really care. The BlackRock action, I don't really care. FMR still up there as of the 30th. BlackRock trimming as of the this is stuff that's not even really registering with me all that much. They still have huge positions as far as like the available shares go, but or lending opportunities, blah blah blah. But really, it was just permit stuck out to me so far. And again, on the inverse of this is permits trimming. Senvest was adding, Ryan Cohen was adding. That's what was interesting, right? Permit was trimming and then continued to trim the rest of September as Ryan Cohen was buying in, and Senvest was buying in as well. You know what I mean? So different approaches, different portfolios that they're managing, different intentions, blah blah blah. But it's just it's curious to see from folks, from activists. That's what I'm picking up on. But most notably, Foss and is it possible Foss and Musk haven't gone below 5%? I mean, they have to file, don't they? Fascinating that they haven't even trimmed. They're right at that 5%. Oh, you can't see it. They're right at that 5%, and not even a trim up to 15. Now it's like it's confirmed. Foss and Musk didn't trim. Again, I don't know anything about their management styles or anything like that, but you go to 15. I mean, how many days have passed now? Yeah, but plenty of days have passed. Not even a trim. A trim worth filing about. Wow. Again, here I am. My base case is that Burry trimmed a little bit. And Foss and Must, who've been in here since March. Later than Burry, for sure. But, okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of selling, though. No, I'm not seeing a lot of noteworthy selling. And any selling I'm seeing, like, on the permit side, I'm seeing picked up by, like I said, Cohen and Senvest. And then even I'm curious about this. This Mida. I'm curious about Mida. I'll look them up later. But let me keep catching up. What does he mean a bit? Oh, what did I mean? I probably just meant, I don't know what I said, James, but I probably just meant get bid up. Right now, like as volatility increases, volatility can cause, usually, not always, so you can have volatility pick up, it goes up and down and it can stay level, but I meant volatility picks up, usually a stock's heading in one direction or another. I meant that it'll catch a bid, it will get bid on, like the stock will rise, that's all I mean. But that's pure speculation. Okay, here we go. Rod's here. Cheers, Rod. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Okay, Rod's saying 3Q is shaping up to be a blowout versus consensus. And I saw Steve Stonk sharing what all those analyst consensus estimates were. I didn't even know what they were. He shared them a couple of times. And so Rod's of the opinion, I'm glad we got Rod here, that it's going to be a blowout versus consensus. And I like that Rod, like I didn't remember this. So Rod was saying how he was checking out those analyst reports saying only Jeffries and Benchmark. And if I recall correctly, Rod, Benchmark didn't even wasn't even like in touch with management. So it's Jeffries very clearly has been on the call asking questions. That they had a 3Q positive EBITDA, but there was less than 10 million. And there's been no revision upward in light of Bell's bullish remarks. Tells me everyone's waiting for them all. Okay. And the credit upgrades too, so that was good. So, okay, so what Rod's seeing is that he thinks 3Q could be a blowout. This is the first time that someone's really saying that. You know what I mean? Like, because all of us have been like, kind of Q3, right? They kind of warned about some bearish, like going to be a bearish quarter. And then what Rod's saying is that, hey, they saw what their balance sheet was looking after the quarter was over. They saw what their operating performance looked like, and they used that cash generated for operations to pay off debt. And then what Rod's seeing with some of his e-commerce estimates, thinking maybe they're going to crush it. That would be something. And because I think the stock is undervalued, remember, I keep on saying, where's the stock going to be come around earnings? I would say right now, if we were still here going into earnings, I would tilt bullish. And if you recall correctly, I also tilted bullish heading into Q2. The knee-jerk reaction was a sell-off, and then a week later it was higher. So I would, if the price are in like this, I don't know that I'm not so sure. I don't really have a strong opinion that it will be blowout, right? I'm not saying that, but I just think what I'm seeing from like sentiment-wise, chart-wise, undervaluation-wise, rose-colored glasses-wise, I kind of lean toward that. So Rod, if that happens, look out. Do they say James? Yeah. Renaissance beep boop boop boop. That's what I said. You can have beep boop boops on your side. So that's why we're joking about the shorts. But you can have beep boop boops on the longs. Make no mistake, they pile in things like charts and shit, and momentum type stuff. Beep boop boops. They keep an eye on that stuff. It goes both ways. And then they'll start battling each other. You know what I mean? and the humans are just along for the ride, right? I mean, I'm kidding, but still. Okay, so Super Saucy. So you must be talking about Renaissance, right? Where is it? Is it in there? Did they file today? Did I miss it? Because I knew they already had a position. Where's this? Was it recent? Did I just miss it? Oh, let me. I can filter, can't I? Click additional filters. That's it. They get thousands of positions. I usually don't, for what it's worth. I'm usually discounting Renaissance unless it was a huge position. But usually they have, if I recall correctly, don't they have thousands of small positions? What am I doing? Let's just do this. I mean, if we're a big position, then I'd be like, wait a second, what's going on here? Oh, look at all those trims. Like, it's not like GameStop's on the first page or anything, right? See, they got 4,000 positions, 4,000. Beep, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. All right, so it's not in their top 50 anyway. So that means it's already less than 0.37, so it's small. Okay, so Polygon, great point. So Polygon asked, does it even make sense to look at something like the 3-year chart when so many shares have been bought back? It's a terrific point, Polygon. Cheers for the great question. And so I have a couple of things to say that. The first is, A little bit. A little bit. So I'm with you, number one. This is the thing. If you, market cap wise, we're not, I keep on saying this, market cap wise, we're not even above where the stock price was when George Sherman took over CEO in 2019, right? As he took over right around this April range, we're still below what the market cap was because they bought back 37% of shares. And so Polygon, I think the market is still not fully appreciating those buybacks. That's what I think. So that's number one. Number two is is that yes, like from a market cap standpoint, I get what you're saying, Polygon. Number two is from a technical analysis standpoint, they don't give a shit. Some of them do, right? But some technical analysts are only looking at the chart, Polygon, and all they see is the price action. That's what dictates it. They would say this, Polygon. Some would say this. Oh, that's great that they bought back shares. That's funny. Why are we staying in the box? Because it's the price action that matters. It's that price level that matters. Now, not everybody, but I have seen this. I have seen these arguments been made, and I'm like you, Polygon. I'm like, what? Like, like obviously the business value on a per share basis is increased significantly. Who gives a shit what it was, right? I hear that argument, Polygon. I'm not trying to say that don't matter. I'm with you. But for many folks focused on the chart, they're just looking at the chart, what that price action was, because they say that primacy of the price point. And you don't see too many technical analysts using market cap type charts. Again, it's done. I'm not saying it's never done, blah, blah, blah. But in my experience, they're focusing more on this stuff. Okay, number three is this, Polygon, is that I'm with you. When you start going back 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, when you get a box this far back for me, I'm like, it's a little bit less meaningful. But this is why I have this for this is for the weekly, going back, 3 years, like you say, Polygon. But even if you go back to the daily, and so you see that weekly goes into the 11, for me, I back up to the daily, right? It's the same damn box. We're in that same damn box. So I said that a couple of streams ago, Polygon. I'm like, well, here's the box, but this damn box is so old, I don't really know if the market is really going to validate this, blah, blah, blah. And it just so happened they overlapped with each other, and it's the same damn box, roughly the same. For my purpose, it's the same level. And it's kind of like we're right in the middle there for the shorter term chart. But I would argue this one has more meaning, Polygon, a little bit more meaning because it's more near term, and now we got 6 weeks here. Or over 6 weeks. And it's a little bit more, it's weighted a bit more heavily. But fortunately, they overlap. Plus, you get buying support from Senvest and Ryan Cohen. So a lot of stuff is shaping up for that lower end. But it's a great question, Polygon. And I continue to believe the market is discounting those buybacks. And what I think is going to happen, Polygon, is that, first of all, we've already seen sentiment start turning, right? This is part of the reason you've seen the stock price get bid up. But I think that this stuff might all hit at the same time, where people will start to appreciate that the buybacks. They'll start appreciating what a lot of fundamental bulls have been talking about for quite some time, that the consoles are here, and sentiment and the business valuation could be significantly higher. And I think this could all happen at the same time, which is part of the reason I feel like that heavy short interest is a little bit dangerous, or at least for a retail investor if you were trying to put on a position. And I think a lot of stuff could just hit the market, miss the market at the same time. And I think if it does, it could be explosive, even if it's not the base case. But anyway, good question, Polygon. Thanks, Ryan answered me. Yep. Mars Buffett. Hey, what's up, Marzenchi? Welcome back, Marzenchi. Okay, so Alex asking about rods. Did Rod give? I forget if Rod gave an. Oh, you did you? Oh, he gave an e-commerce figure. Sick. Okay, he gave some. I'm still okay with this. I like any types of forecasts, right? From people who I know or I have seen their analysis before. Oh, another 13D, 13G comment. Well, if anyone were adding this week during console, it could be next week that we might hear. Again, I don't see anything, me personally, that indicates that might be happening, but I can never tell that stuff. I had no idea Senvest is doing anything, but that doesn't mean they're not. Oh, shit, you got to figure. So 1.2, okay, so 1.2 to 1.5 billion. Maybe you did say that there, right? I forget. No, okay. Okay, but sick. Okay, so 1.2 to 1.5 billion. That ain't bad for Q3. Q3 was supposed to be a dud. This year was supposed to be a dud. It has been priced in that it was going to be a dud. And then when gaming started to take off a bit, and then GameStop was still posting negative year-over-year comps, the market was like, see? GameStop can't even participate. And all I could think to myself is, imagine what it would be if it weren't for that. It was always supposed to be a really crappy year for GameStop. So if they start, I mean, if they, and they'll have a small gain too from the asset sales. But boy, if they surprise in Q3, that's really bullish, right? Because then that's even before the consoles were released. Yes, there were some pre-orders, right? It won't hit the revenue line, but people may have been picking up accessories and stuff, blah blah blah. But that would be super bullish if they really surprised. And again, sometimes this rose-colored glasses, it could just be it didn't disappoint. It didn't surprise to the downside, and the market would like to see that. That's that second level thinking type stuff that it can be difficult to do. But if Rod, I obviously, Rod's been on the channel a lot. I like that Rod might be drawing this conclusion, right? That's good to see from my perspective, right? Because we've been talking the whole damn quarter. Read that. All of us, many of us already have, right? But check out that transcript again on Seeking Alpha, Q2. Really negative, really bearish sentiment. And it was part of the reason for the sell-off. And we probably said at the time, I can't remember the stream, who the hell can, right? That you set the expectations low, and then you could surprise, right? But it was like so super bearish. And I do remember on the stream, people being like, what is this management team doing? Like, you need to paint a rosier picture. And I'm just like, yo, they've been keeping it real this whole damn year, and it's been frustrating at times from a short-term price action type standpoint. But from a longer-term business type thing, I'm like, yo, they could be doing the right thing. You know what I mean? So they have potentially laid the groundwork for a beat because people were kind of pricing in immediately this bearish expectations for the quarter. So I'm really curious to see. Oh, is consensus 1.1? Okay. Something like that. See, okay. So that, 1.5 to 1.1, right? Woo! Wow. I should be able to do that math, but it's Friday night. Come on. That would be a 35% beat on revenues, Rod, huh? That's his upper limit, right? But even at an extreme, I'm like, whoa. Yeah, I know. So Alex, good point. I was talking about new consoles and the accessories and stuff, but the Switch too. Oh, did I like that? Oh, I hope I liked it. There was there was a hugely bullish. Oh, they talked about it here. This, right? Was this tied to this? Oh yeah. And you see, GameStop was number one. We've been talking about it all week, but GameStop was number one in the search results again. That was sick that it came, it was number one, and I kind of missed it. And then I saw number two, and then I did see they came back for number one. Can you imagine being number one? Yes, we know why they were searching for it. It's because of the consoles and stuff, right? But that's good. That's good to see. And it sounds silly now, but believe me, the long-term bulls know people were saying GameStop was irrelevant earlier this year. They were. And that the downside protection was they're not irrelevant. People still shop there. That's that downside protection. And seeing it as one of the top search, that validates it for me, right? For that part of the thesis, I'm like, I feel a little bit like that part of my thesis, I feel has been validated. And for some of the longer term bulls, right? Cheers to the people who've been in it for a while, because I'm like, it's still relevant. I don't know how people were drawing that conclusion. If you see some of my earlier GameStop videos, it wasn't so much to the upside opportunity that is tremendous. I spent it so much on the downside. I'm like, I don't see what people are seeing. Anyway, I thought that was like it's just good to see. That's all. Insane. Okay, so in Rod adds the year-over-year SG&A reductions will be a big wild card. That's the other thing. I talked about the share buybacks. More importantly, is the SG&A cost reductions, right? Store closures, reducing costs, just general SG&A costs, executive costs. Improving inventory turns, working capital management generally, that helps improve, generally cash flow, right? But that could impact the cost as well. And because that's not that sexy turnaround stuff, market really hasn't given that much of a shit most of the year, I would say. But I agree with Rob. That's a big wild card for Q3 in particular. Following that, a lot of that stuff will be like you're going to see, I think, in Q4, it's going to be abundantly clear based on their earnings and free cash flows and shit. It's finally going to start. People are finally going to start to see what many people have been talking about for 3, 6, 9 months now. 3, 6, we'll see you. But I agree with you, Rod. Big wild card, and it's tough to know how much has been in place for Q3 and how much that may have impacted stuff. And we know they were trying to ramp up e-commerce. There could have been increased costs related to that, right? Trying to improve that omni-channel experience. So some of it might have been, it may have been, I'm just curious what that net is. Whoa, yes, polygons. Yeah, positive EBITDA Q3 and then, it could be what if it's a fat Q4 profit, right? Like I mean, it could be a good chunk of the prevailing market cap right now, but that would be. I don't know if I don't think it crushes that. I don't think it kills the short thesis. I'm pretty like you need that longer term. I don't think short term. I don't think. I remain a little bit confused about that, but you think at least there'd have to be some partial closers if you see some positive operating performance in Q3, and then if you see a big Q4, even if there were no major long term changes, partnerships, blah blah blah, you'd think that stuff would cause some of the bears to turn a little bit differently. Remember, it's all about what it is relative. It's all about how it's performing relative to the price. And not enough people, value investors know this, but I think a lot of investor folks aren't paying enough attention to it. It's always how are they performing? What will they generate relative to the prevailing market cap? It's always that second part that's super important. Hey, Search One, welcome back, Search One. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Expecting GME and Sony. Yeah, so I talked about that a bit. So was Sony down a little bit today, too? I didn't even... this is that gaming stuff, too. Gaming stuff has been bid up. Oh, we're still up. It was up a little bit. But I saw a lot of stuff was cranking today, though. I saw a lot of stuff cranking. Okay. Hey, Johan. Cheers, 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 cheers to Belgium. Oh, it popped on me. Oh, shit. Am I falling behind? Ah, shit. Okay. Super Sassy Renaissance. Oh, yeah. Okay, I still didn't find it. I'll find it in there, Super Sassy. Oh, Goldman, too. Yeah, I kind of discount. I'm more interested in, like, activist type investors, like value type shops. You know what I mean? I'm more curious. Less so those larger institutions. Hey, Stephen Hussey. Welcome, Stephen Hussey. Cheers. Happy Friday, mate. So I had a couple of hours while I turn on YouTube. Woo, woo. Happy weekend, Steven. Cheers, cheers, cheers. All right. Spider Cat. Oh, you see that? My wife was saying, look at all these cats. There's mad cats on this one. I didn't really appreciate how many damn cats were on there. But my wife was saying how pretty much every cat that's here, I think my daughter has in like a plush doll right now. So there's a ton of them out there. Spider Cat. Just that Spider Cat might appreciate that, right? Spider Cat does whatever Spider Cat does. Yep. Okay. So Steven's got this. Learn from experience. You never expect too much from the big events to make stocks pop. Usually it comes from gradual realization for the market later on. Exactly, Steven. E.g., Nintendo stock didn't pop much on Switch launch, but has since done really well. That's right. So sometimes it can follow it. Sometimes it can happen beforehand, right? You'd have to think that at least some... Again, it's tough to parse this stuff, but... And again, the largest component for me is just general undervaluation explains this, right? But there are other variables too, and part of that, I think, is the sentiment toward consoles, right? Again, it's hard to break it down specifically what exactly it was, so some of this stuff can happen beforehand. It gets priced in beforehand. And then there's other variables too, things like just the chart and the blah, blah, blah. That's right, Polygon, yep. And I think like Rod said something to that effect as well. Market can die an event, but it can't deny the cash flows. Cash flows are real. Those are too real to overlook. It's hard to overlook that. You can even still, you still see some really low multiples applied to them at times, but hopefully by the time we actually start seeing cash flows, we got a bit of a new narrative. You know what I mean? More some of the longer term plans that they have start to come to fruition a bit. Maybe I have, for lack of a better word, more partnerships or more clarity on some of these digital type avenues that lie ahead of them. Even Ryan Cohen talking about shit. So I'm hoping by the time we actually see in the cash flows, we got a more bullish narrative supporting it. But if there were no bullish narrative, right, it was just like physical discs and that was the focus, and you get the cash flows, you might still see a really small multiple applied to them. Short online over that. Just give me 4 out of 6. Okay. Cheers, Hugo. Welcome, Hugo. Different Hugo Vera. What's up, Kazuya? Hope you're doing well. Oh, yeah. Even with the disc, you still got to download that stuff. Yep. Downloads a bit quicker, I think, but indeed, it's kind of the way It's the way these things are working these days. Yeah. Oh, so you can pre-download. David Shealy, roar, 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 meow. Welcome, David. Welcome. The real threat to physical is a lack of innovation in this. This wouldn't be a problem at 500. Yeah, there's some physical stuff to consider there. I mean, there's plenty of risks related to physical, right? But those are some other ones. All right, just scrolling through. Call you zigzag to 100 by the quarter? Maybe. That would probably. I mean, in short term, I think you'd only get to 100 in the short term on like a squeeze type event, right? I think otherwise, what's that? Would that be $6.5 billion market cap? That type for on that would take time. Otherwise, I keep on saying how I can see a potential path, or I can map the value drivers, as Wissing says, but it would take time to get there. But who knows? You never know. When you have more shares short than outstanding, I don't personally have any precedence for this. Yeah, I agree with you, Uber. Uber adds to his outlook how I don't think we break the short ceiling with the big 3Q. Agreed. You need more of that long-term type stuff. It's good that I should have pulled that up. Where's that graphic that I took? I mean, now it's been, when did I do that? Last weekend? Can I go to media? Media will get me there quicker. I don't think you break, when the hell was it? This. See, there's bullet points right there. Rod would probably agree with this. I don't think you're breaking any short thesis until the market more fully, or in a particular shorts, more fully appreciates some of these bullet points, right? Number one is that those physical disk revenues can be, in theory, replaced over the long term with different avenues, right? And then potentially what could be one of the more sexier components of a turnaround is if they can leverage those power-up rewards memberships, that the data that they have, spending and behavioral data as it's often described, in ways that could result in a lot of free cash flows, right? I mean, that's a potential path. We just don't know how long that takes, how much it actually results in the bottom line. But the point is, those are the types of things you would need to see or talked about more, just see execution on, I think, before they break. That's what I mean. I don't think cash flow is enough. All right, so I kind of already answered that. I don't think the cash flow is enough, or even a beat or enough to break it. You know what I mean? Not that even Polygon was talking about Q4 too, right? I think Uber's just tossing that out there. Oh, you think 17, 18? That's what I was thinking, Super Saucy. I think you might be able to get back in that to the top end of that box. Maybe you need to, but until you get more realization of some of this stuff, unless it starts like get squeezy and stuff, and then like there's all of a sudden everyone wants to pile on. That stuff's hard to predict. I don't know how to do that. I try to just come at it from the fundamentals, because the fundamentals will take care of everything, right? The price is going to rise if they do this stuff, and the market will realize it. That's how value investing works. It's just execution. And until that point, it's kind of it's a little bit guesswork. But I think breaking above that $16, $17 range, I probably need I need a bit more. I need this stuff. Oh, they got 800K shares? Yeah, why am I having such a tough time? That doesn't matter. I'll keep trying to get caught up. The whole time I'll keep on trying to find it. I'm like, oh, that didn't work. Go to GME page and search for Renaissance. I did. It must not be. There must even be a top position. What if I do number 2? Number 3. Okay, that's it. All right, we're gonna do this. Oh, I sorted by fund and I was right there. Booyah! Talk about good luck. Renaissance, 800 shares. Oh, it's a new position. Yeah, see this. See what I mean? It's 0.01% of their portfolio. They got 4,000. You know what I mean? Like they got 4,000 positions, so it's heavily discounted. However, I will point out, as I think this is what Super Sauce is getting at, it's 800,000 shares, and even though it may be nothing for Renaissance, it's over 1% of the shares for GameStop. And I guess it's a good. Now I'm glad you brought this up, Super Sauce, because even though I tend to discount their involvement in any stock that I'm in, I almost always discount it. I usually just don't care. It's interesting that they just initiated the position. I guess that's a little bit interesting, right? A little bit. And they could be out by now, right? Maybe they were playing that run up to 15, the short console type stuff, and then it's out. But it's just that's beep boop poops, as Super Saucy knows. That's beep boop poop. So who knows? But boy, that is over 1% of the shares. It ain't nothing. It ain't nothing. Thank you, Trey. Cheers, Trey. Hope you had a nice week, mate. Oh, that's the thing, Super Saucy. If they think it's going up, check out. They got so many. Who knows? Who knows? Just because they get that position, it's hard to know. I mean, I guess if you're long, you'd only be long if you think it's going up, right? But they got so much shit going on that I don't even know what to how to think about that. But it is 1%. Yeah, so Trey's pointing out GME is, but hey, did anyone get a new console? Dusty was successful. Did anybody else after the stream on Wednesday? Some of us were going to try. I failed. I failed miserably, actually, but bummer. So Trey's saying GME's booming with all the new sales and the Black Friday. Oh, and do I get... It'd be nice if it was still up there. No, it's not up there anymore. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Because the short interest went up after the buybacks, and that's the thing. That's clashing, right? Because that is two very strongly held beliefs clashing in a major way. Because the short interest rising from its already exorbitantly, is that a word? Exorbitantly high level, to increase it from there, obviously conveys just a tremendous amount of conviction, bearish conviction, right? And on the flip side, you could only be buying back 37% of your outstanding shares, right? A year before the new consoles are coming out, you could only be buying that back if you have tremendous confidence in the upside of where that value is. And sorry to bring it up again, but it's I have to, because I think he even says confidence. Doesn't he say confident? There you go. This was Jim Bell in the Q3 conference call last year. We remain superbly... So there you go. Talk about perfect. Jim Bell saying, we remain supremely confident in our bounce back in or about November of next year. I mean, it's getting laughable. It's getting laughable how on the ball they've been with a lot of these things, right? It's just a matter of they just need to execute on as far as I feel like they just need to execute on a few more things, and they have just crushed it. They will be viewed... If they can pull it off, they will be viewed as like an all-star management team, turnaround team, management, blah, 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 board, investor base, because they've been kind of offering their own insights. But so this is what I'm getting at. Last year, management was supremely confident in the short interest rose to a Kazuya saying, and you don't really see that too often because usually they're in the ballpark. They're in the same ballpark maybe, and it's just disagreeing on some small assumptions here or there, right? But like that's 37% is like, we strongly think that this is undervalued. And then the shorts are like, no, we strongly disagree. Someone will probably be right and it will move in their direction. Obviously, it appears so far. That's the thing. What's your time horizon? Because if your time horizon was 12 months or 6 months, then this didn't work out for you because the shorts, it didn't go anywhere for 6-9 months from here. But if you had a longer term time horizon, then you're right. You can have different investment styles, and both parties can be right. This is what makes a market. And but we will be if we're proven right, and then that's the thing. I think, and if Bill's proven right, and a lot of folks, it probably has quite a bit more room to run. We'll know in time. Yeah, so that's the thing. There's so many shares bought back and the short interest rose, and all I'm thinking is that if they pull it off, the value on a per share basis is going to be significantly larger, right? So we've all talked about this so much, and then we pulled up Bori's letters, the last stream and the stream before. They didn't quite get down to as few shares as many were hoping, myself included. But quite frankly, I don't know if they could have given what happened this year. And I was, like I said, I was happy that they hadn't exhausted it going into April and May. Look at this thing. Going into April and May, and then and so now it seems like they're set up and looking good. So we'll see. Oh damn, they had more available and sold out again. All right, thanks for the heads up, Dusty. Oh yeah, okay. So Uber talked about extension into these pinball games. I think the arcade one is the smaller vendors. They said, oh okay. Yeah, were they not selling those before Uber? I did see some of those on, they were expensive. Oh, and I said like 500 or 800 or something a while back. Someone posted that. Was it Justin a while back? And it was like the #1 sold item or something. I was like, what? How can that be your #1 sold item? Okay, so you think it's maybe one of the smaller vendors they signed an agreement with. Okay. I mean, probably high margin shit. James Bauer. Welcome, James. Okay, so James saying, I can't wait for the ER to show that margin expansion. People are definitely discounting. I agree. The drastic impact last gen not being backwards compatible had on pre-owned sales. So saying pre-owned sales are going to hold up a bit stronger. Yep, that's a great point, James. I think the market continues to discount a lot of these things. Yep. Great point. Yep, Uber says the same thing. It's a great point. There's certain nuances related to this console that no one really cares about that much because of the elephant in the room and it's the shift toward digital over the long term. But these small things, these are meaningful in the context of where the stock price is trading at right now. Because it means that the free cash flow generated from physical could be it could be significant for quite some time more. And yes, it's not that huge upside, but important for the downside, right? Oh yeah, so let's see. Short interest normally go up on the amount of short is low. Well, it wasn't that the number of shares short went up, I believe. Not just the percentage, I believe, if I recall correctly. Pretty sure, right? Yeah, okay, so Uber says this. Oh, it was the one-up thing, right? Was a top 4 seller during the one-up day. That's what I mean. Like, what? How could that? Maybe if they're just offered it for the first time, Uber, if that's what you're getting at, then you can understand why people were really excited about it. In the Star Wars pinball pre-order that cost $550, yeah, it was that much. With GPG, $60 or $100, yeah, those are big. Okay. Hey, Cheyenne. What's up, Cheyenne? What's going on with GME? Not much these days. I'll tell you, it's holding up. Pro one-up day sales, read that. Yeah, that could be. I think maybe Uber said this. Someone said this somewhere that could positively. I think it was Rob, that it could positively impact this Q3 quite a bit more than people are appreciating. I don't even know. But it happened this quarter, last quarter rather. Okay, so there you go. Thank you, Uber. You answered it before I could even get there. Saying those items weren't sold last year, so they're all those sales are all incremental from a year-over-year comp. It could be, of course, that those could be taking the place of other purchases that folks would have made, right? Uber knows that, but indeed, it's a good point. Where it's especially on a gross margin front too, right? Oh, he got it, Trey. Cheers, Trey. Trey got his Xbox Series X. Sick. Oh, did you order it online? Did you go to the store? Oh, I can't believe you got it. That's sick. I knew you were trying hard. Okay. Dude, all right. Oh, I'd be curious if you went to a store if you got it online. I failed at everything so far. Oh, you're only at 13%. Damn, Dusty. Okay. Oh, I'm glad you got the COD. Oh, it just came out. Didn't it just came out, right? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Junior? Yeah, I guess sometimes it does take that long, huh? Downloaded and running. Sick. Yeah, it takes long even with the disc. Yeah, it's the nature of the games these days. Oh, the zombies mode is fun. Sick. That's definitely gonna be one of the first games that I get. Okay. Tranos. Tranos 369. Dang sheep. That's a throwback. Get low. Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low. Can the shift to e-commerce and revenue sharing outpace? I don't know about outpace, but that's the thing. I think physical is to decline slower than people think. So could it match? Outpace? I don't know about outpace. It could match. Thanks, Trey. Thanks, Trey. Digital's okay. Yep. Yeah, you lose the trade, right? There's all these nuances. So we was talking about, it's not just download speed, right? And storage space, tradability, shareability, collectability. Tradability is arguably the most important one because of the increase in the price point too. That made it even more important, I would argue. Okay. Yeah, I think those are extra large games. Okay, scrolling through. Salaryman, happy Friday. Happy Friday, Salaryman. I don't think so, because you talk about Hertz. Was Hertz even 100% outstanding shares? I don't even think it was even close. I kind of forget off the top of my head. Okay. Super Sassy. I found it. I hope I'm behind, but I eventually found it. It took me an unusually long period of time. Oh, you got the okay. Exactly, Super Saucy. Yeah, I don't know when this sort of. But he's saying I want to be on the same side of the beep boop. That's right. They'll be they play both sides. They play both sides. Beep boop boop boop. And that's the thing. I feel for the first time since I've been involved with GameStop this time around, it finally feels like the beep boop boops might be viewing it more positively for a change. Some of them. There's all different types of beep boops. If you've seen Terminator 1 and if you've seen Terminator 2, you already know this intuitively. But there are beep boop boops on both sides, and they go, it just depends. You want to choose the right side. All right, so Salaryman thinks it's more meaningful. Okay, all right. I know they got billions. They got what are they? I think they cap it at 10 billion, if I recall correctly. That you is constrained at how much you can put into the position. Yeah, when you got 4,000 positions, it's not like you can have big positions in any one of them. It's true. But they also have they're like involved with every single stock. You know what I mean? That's like my point. Is like they're involved with everything, and and again, they've been involved with many stocks that I've dealt in the past because they're in just about everything, and so I have no choice but to discount this stuff because it, in general, hasn't appeared to have had an impact on anything from my perspective. That's it. All else equal. You like to see people just in general buying some more of the shares, I guess. But it's also 1%. It's 1% of those shares outstanding, so it ain't shit. I don't think that maybe weighs on their decision too much, but. They initiated the position in Q2 or Q3 rather, and they bought over 1% of the shares, but they could also be out of it by now. That's my point. Like a firm like that, beep boop boop, turn breaks down. Who knows? Hey, Timothy Thomas is back. Welcome back, Timothy. It's Friday the 13th. Oh shit! That's why I just saw all the Friday just before I came downstairs. All the Friday the 13th were playing today. I thought that's kind of weird that they're playing today. Halloween just passed. That's it. Thank you, Timothy Thomas. I forgot it was Friday the 13th. Oh, right. Well, we just had Halloween, so it's a. What if it happened on Halloween? That'd be sick. I wonder when the last time that happened was. There was a full moon on Halloween, if y'all know. I think we talked about that. Damn, spooky Friday the 13th, huh? All right. Oh, damn, almost got it, Dusty. Okay, Jorge's back. What up, Jorge? What's up? What's up? Let's fuck. GME to Best Buy. Hey, how's Best Buy been doing this week? Oh, shit. Was that on news? Was that just a sell-off because of the rotation? They didn't report. Holy. How big was that sell-off? Never really recovered. And someone pointed this out on Monday, how GameStop was holding up well relative to these some of the stocks that sold off aggressively, like the work from home type stocks, or the ones that were benefiting from the current environment. It never really recovered, but it was all. I also think it might be richly priced. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but I mean it's clearly been a huge winner. And then you back out, not that big of a move. It just kind of stood out to me with this week. This week has been a bullish week for some value type stock, excuse me. But I guess Best Buy is probably not so much classified as a value stock as much these days. Maybe it's not a high-flying tech growth type company, but it's, I don't know if it's priced that cheaply. Oh, okay. People are making retro setups in gaming rooms now, so a lot of people want to play throwbacks like pinball. Ah, that's a good point. People doing some like home renovation type stuff too. That's interesting. New ways to go to be for gaming and shit. Okay. Okay. I got the alerts and stuff. Yep. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, some people just don't. I'm sorry, who just said it? Kazuya just keeps on jumping all over the place. Okay. You told me, isn't GameStop going bankrupt? Yeah, some people get the wrong story. Subscribe to the wrong story. Subscribe to the wrong narrative. It's trouble. I mean, it's only trouble if you're betting one way or the other with maybe after having performed incomplete analysis. So Uber heard the same shit. Crazy. Yep, less than 1 billion. Still a small company. Still a small company from the eyes of many folks out there. That's why that $1 billion cap, which happens to coincide with the upper level of that box, could be meaningful. More meaningful than it would be otherwise. So I didn't know until right. Now we're turning an order from GME. Super saucy, huh? It's dedication right there. Getting the game from GameStop. Oh, I got 2, and then I was like, oh, sick. All right, congrats, Trey. Okay, you got a good friend there, huh? All right. Oh, that's nice. That's awesome. Yeah, no, I don't think, no, I wouldn't. I would disagree with the it being manipulated down and stuff. I kind of already talked about that a bit, where it's people just aren't really buying into it right now. I think people are just kind of waiting to see. I think it probably picks up a bit headed into earnings. That would be my best guess. But I think people are just waiting for a bit more information. It got re-rated higher, quite a bit higher. Right now we're in the $700 million range. And now I think people are just waiting for more updates. And again, even if it gets to 13, 14, and 15, I would say the same thing. That's like with these types of stocks, 25, 30% moves aren't that big of a deal. Market's just kind of complacent with this level for this stock, given the information that we have so far. Okay. Yeah, a lot of margin in those arcade things. Yep. That's what I just suspect that. I don't know. That's just been my guess. Hey, what's up, Otter Driver? Hope you had a nice week, Otter. Yep, it's the next known catalyst. It won't include console sales. It'll include the cash from the pre-orders and stuff. We could about okay, it's Q3 sales. I would talk about that a bit, so I'll keep going. Okay. Wow, you think 40% margin, huh? Could be. Jeez, that's big. If it were. Wow, Uber's confidence. Wow. All right. Spicy indeed. Oh, I like to see that. All right. On a year-over-year basis, it does seem like there's been a lot of newer things that, yeah, okay. And you suggest, I mean, estimates probably don't reflect some of these changes in this quarter. And again, sometimes you have beats and the market can still sell off stuff, right? But I think, I mean, if it destroys, right, that gets people's attention. And that's the thing when you have, it sounds silly from the fundamental, but I'm telling you, when you have this setup and kind of people are kind of buying into the story, the narrative a bit, rose-colored glasses. So if you crush, and everyone's like, damn, GameStop ain't dying, GameStop's eating. Like if they start coming around to that, I can't. Can you? So just for the GameStop has sold off. Next day, GameStop has sold off after every earnings, I think, since I've been involved. It was up after hours after Q1, Q4. It was up after hours after Q4, and then sold off the next day. Like gave it all back. And I wonder if this would be the first one that it actually pops. That would be something, right? Who knows? Oh, what did NIO do today? That thing's been cranking, huh? Look at this. Nuts. Key will be SG&A. Yep, Rod was saying that too. It was, you think, slightly above $1 billion. Okay. Just US. Oh, just US sales. Okay. Do we get refund? Where we go? Oh, I'm only thinking. Bummer. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I see US only. That's 70% of the biz, right? Yeah, the question would be, on the revenue front, sure, right. Uber's saying that's just a fraction. I mean, not a fraction. I mean, it's a good chunk of it, but it's not 100%. So that would put them at the high end. Yeah, sure. Jorge. Oh, Super Saucy. I like this. So Super Saucy shared the forecast, and then says for transparency's sake, I'm usually plus or minus 7%. Okay, but that's just for U.S. though. You don't have a you have an aggregate for. I mean, that's good enough. Make no mistake, and I appreciate you sharing, Super Saucy. But thanks for the margin of error there. Helps put your analysis into perspective a bit. Only U.S. sales, okay. Yeah, exactly. Polygon. Yeah, Polygon. Jorge's been asking like my 1 day forecast for for the stock like for the past couple streams. But cheers, Polygon. Thank you. Polygon understands. Hmm. So the digital will help. Yep, yep, yep. The data provide this. Oh. Some a little bit. Okay. Oh, using credit cards. Oh, okay. Whoa. Ah, damn. I think I'm close, but it just jumped on me. For the past year, what was the last rank? I'd honestly say it would be weird with lockdown. Hey, what's up, Daniel? What's up, Daniel? Cheers. Not gonna squeeze because of consoles. Yeah, no, I think it's gonna come down to that long term, that a change in people's views of the long term, where it's headed over the long term, and the new consoles. It strongly supports downside protection, but I think those you're not gonna get those shorts closed until until that happens. Ooh. Okay, I'm caught up. Six. Oh, it was up to. Oh shit. So where did it close yesterday? Thank you, Salaryman. Salaryman saying look at the full 1 day. So it was, what did it open at? Or what did it close yesterday at? Oh, 48, and then it hopped to 53, and then closed down. And said, oh, that's a big swing, huh? Ouch. That's always painful when that happens. Didn't that happen to? Wasn't GameStop up like 10% and then ended down? Wasn't like a 20 point swing or something recently? What was the high? 54.2. Ouch, 17%. That's painful. That's painful. So I think we will be under again because of COVID. Looks like it takes worldwide. What's the sales for the last quarter? So yes, 942 was actual. Model said 80. Ah, interesting. Model said 850. Okay. There's cash versus credit difference. Sick. Okay. I'm liking this. You have last quarter rev numbers on here. 952 globally, I think. I'm seeing 942 in the model. So your $1 billion estimate is a global extrapolation, so perhaps 1.15 to 1.2 with a similar error. Sorry to get the hopes up. It still sounds large, does it not? NIO is still posting losses with demand for EV going up, cost that right. So, but here's the thing. And this is what's funny about not funny, but it's just fascinating, right? Is that what you're saying, Kazuya, about NIO has been true for the whole year. And it went up. Didn't it go up like 20x? 10x at least. No, yeah, almost 20x. That's the thing. Damn. And EV was getting bid up. If you know something's in favor and it gets sold in the bummer. I haven't dug into I just know a bit about the story, and sometimes the story can be a good enough reason for me to get involved with something. Selling EV is going to make less and less money. Supply and demand, my friends. Yeah. Nuts. Again, okay, let's check out this chart. Look at this. Broke out above. Clean break through the IPO price and everything, right? And people were saying this whole the narrative around its business was kind of the bearish thesis was kind of well telegraphed even early this year, and then it broke out on the chart basis, right? After it got sold off, everything got crushed, and then it was up 10x. Everyone was like, "Oh, it's up 10x. This story's going to come true." But on the chart, it broke out. It retested 1 week later, and then held, and then it went up another 5x. Isn't that crazy? Charts. Everything's an experiment. We're just testing here. We're not high conviction stuff, but wouldn't you know? Breakout. Okay. Only crowded Momo trades these days. Yeah. And GameStop looked like it could for a little bit, but hasn't really got too crazy crowded yet. For better or worse, we'll know. We'll hopefully know soon enough. Okay, we should look at the model using a 1.15 billion, and let's use an improved gross margin overview. And so the 1.15 billion, that's with the margin of error that they mentioned Uber, but then also it's U.S. only. Am I hearing that right? 1.15 billion for U.S. only. Or is it global? Okay, if they bring down SG, what'd you say too? An improved gross margin year over year. Yep. I mean, that's the thing. The model takes U.S. sales and then extrapolates total. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. Hey, Hugo. What's up, Hugo? I hope everything went well. I did read that article after the stream on Wednesday. And that's nuts what was happening there. I was curious to see how it went. We know the cost side of the bit. Right. So, so can we pump up the fundamentals? Let's do this one. Hey, some things were SD's been popping nice. Let me pop that. Let me pop up the tracker while we're doing this. Hopefully it doesn't slow shit down too much. Let me X out of some shit. So gross margin for the record had been improving and holding steady, and then it dropped a bit in Q2. You're still in, Hugo. Okay, it's still going. I figured it'd be going on a while. I know it was all heating up this week. Okay, well, hold on. Let me just get caught up in here. There's no EV is an actual bubble. As always in bubbles, question is when it pops. That's true. With bubbles generally, it can be tough to forecast that type of stuff. If they did bring down SG&A, we could be in a good place, I think. I don't know, KCC. I'll pop that up. I don't really know the concept of the business. No, it's okay. U.S. sales defined as credit card data from the U.S. only. Got it. Okay. It's not including cash. Okay. So on the gross margin front, is GameStop? Yes. I mean, this is rolling 12 months. I don't have quarterly. I wish I had quarterly. Damn. That was a mistake. Do I have it anywhere? Shit. Oh, this I had tried something back in the day where I was trying to calculate. I had succeeded. I think it fell aside, but I was having my conditional formatting be based on standard deviations away from the average of the 7 or 8, 10 years, whatever the hell it was, and so these are calculations of those. But I think they fell away. Damn. So I don't have quarterly. Bummer. So you can see it was holding pretty up. So in 2018 it was 26.7% for the prior 12 months through Q2 2018, and then it was up in 2019. And I was saying that on my video. That was big. That was big for me because oftentimes you'll see a company spinning out of control, losing revenues and everything, and costs they can't control costs, and you see gross margin declining too. It's just deteriorating. And it wasn't happening with GameStop. That was important to me, especially in my early analysis of management, because it was still real early. And I thought, well, okay, they were able to control their costs a bit here. I thought that was a good sign, and it even improved. And it's still up, and then it's up 12 months for the rolling 12 months. It's up again this year. Now we're up at 28%, up from 2018. In gross margin, I would say that's a little bit tough to it's tougher to like manipulate or to mess around with the figures a bit. Where it's kind of pure revenues, kind of the PRs can still be messed with and stuff, but gross margin a little bit less so, a little bit more so, but still holds up pretty well. And I like to see that increasing. So I don't have it on a quarter-over-quarter basis, which is too bad for our needs right here, right now, right here, right now, right here, right now. But boy, what if they got back to 30%? Right, Ron and Super? I mean, if they got back to 30% in Q3, that's why I wish I had my quarterly. Just calculate it. What am I doing? Who cares? It's gross margin. Quick calculation. Let's go. Okay, so last year, for our reference, 1.4 billion in sales. Okay, gross profit 441 divided by 1439, 35.5%, so 36%. Wow. Now, why might that be? Okay, because you might expect higher attachment rates, right? You'd expect heading in Q4, right? But also heading into Q4, maybe folks are picking up some. Boy, is that right? That's pretty sick. Then you lower gross margins in Q1 and Q2, but then you'd expect it to pick up in Q3 and Q4. No, so that's the thing. So if we could get in that ballpark on the rolling 12-month basis, I'm talking about that 30%, right? If we can keep on grinding incrementally here to get up. Damn, I don't know what it was. What was it? Can't believe I got to calculate this manually because I have it. Let's do this. Boom, boom. Just kind of curious what it was, Q1 and Q2, just for a frame of reference. Q1 was 28%, right? You're going to expect these to be the lower ones. And then this was 3 months ended, 252 divided by 942, 27%. Still holding up okay. Still holding up okay. And now I'm kind of curious. What was I got to go to the actual. To get the quarter results for the Q4, you need to actually go to the press release. You got to track down the 8K. What the hell was that? Oh, it's right there. What the hell was margin here? So that was 27%. Okay. So I'm seeing 36% Q3. Wow. And 27% Q4. And then I lost track. And then 27%, 26%. So it'll be nice to get back. So you'd expect maybe a good size gross margin here, huh? Okay. You got to expect this to keep ticking up on a rolling 12-month basis, right? You got to. Oh, well, I'm behind. Sorry. Oh, I got it. I got it up, Hugo. Hold on. Yeah, I'll pull that up and I'll pull that over in a sec. Hold on. I'm just trying to stick with this. Check the model against 1Q if you would. Yep. Q 2020 had predicted 2.3 billion. Reported was 2.1 million. Okay. Okay. Let's play around with what's CEO. Is that only showing 2Q? Horror flow store. Wait, is that only showing 2? Wait, no, this should be showing 2Q. They're right through August 1st. This is through the latest quarter that we have. So this is, well, this is 28%, but this is TTM. This is TTM. I don't have the quarterly in here. That's why I was just calculating this real quick. So this is Q3 of last year, and I calculate 36%. So 36%. It was actually the largest. It was the largest gross margin of the trailing 4 quarters. Figure more consoles maybe in Q4 too, right? More people buying gifts and stuff. Oh, 30. Yeah, don't at Friday night, Rod. Friday night. I get the fat fingers. I get the fat fingers on my calculator. Don't ask me how I got that. I get 30% too. So that was the only one. That was still the largest. Everything else was sub 30. So that was their largest one. I was gonna say 35% sounds really large for Q3 when the trailing 12 month was 28%. Because it sounds a little bit off, doesn't it? Yeah, so hopefully they can break 30% again, right? At the very least. But I'm thinking, Ron, probably a lot, like you pointed out some of the largest sales on the one update too, but just for the quarter, maybe some new partnerships that resulted in some higher margin items that were sold. Some of those arcade type shit. I don't know if they are 40%, but if they are, but then I think a lot of accessories might have been purchased this quarter. I have a question. Did anyone pre-order their consoles, right? But then you ordered alongside it. Well, you would have done the bundles. And did the bundles get shipped together? That's my question. Did anyone pre-order a bundle? Because you had to through GameStop, right? Everything was bundled. Did everything get shipped together? Or did certain items get shipped beforehand? Like as soon as you ordered it? If anyone knows, I'm actually not even sure. Because if they shipped, they're on the quarter. Oh, EO says they got switched separately. They got shipped separate. Oh, if they got shipped separately, some of those. Whoa, when could you could pre-order in September, couldn't you? You could have had a ton, right? You could have, because when the quarter closed, November. You could have had a ton of pre-orders in September and October, and as part of that, we know that there were a ton of bundles sold. And within those bundles, isn't that all going to Q3? Rod? Holy shit. That's the thing. So EO's saying some of them got shipped, but some of them were shipped separately, but some weren't. If that's the case, then maybe we don't think about that too much. But if a lot of this stuff was picked up as people were pre-ordering, right? That's going to be Q3. And that's the higher margin shit. No, you can't. The controllers will come with it. But I'm thinking about headsets, even chairs and shit. Or anything that might go along with it. If they were shipping it in Q3, that's going to hit the line. Interesting. I don't know, but just something to think about. Some also cost a few cents more than doing separate, which was interesting. Oh, okay. Thanks, Dusty. Saw a lot of posts online, people getting that. Okay, all right. Getting the headsets beforehand. Whoa. And in general too, just I think going into a new console cycle, separate from the bundles, right? Just separate from the bundles. I think you're just gonna have a ton of people picking up stuff beforehand. You get the pre-order chat. The pre-order chatter's going already. Pick up this other stuff. Let's get ready for the new consoles. You know what I mean? We do know that the reduction of share count is year over year. We do know that the reduction of share count. I'm not sure what that means, Super Saucy. On like a per share basis, you know what I mean? Is that what you're saying? Okay, so 32% gross margin. Oh, you're thinking EPS, right? Last year was a loss. But that is okay. That's true on a per share basis, right? For many of us here, like per share, you would hope that the market would account for that type of stuff. But indeed, they may not, Super Saucy, but are down revs year over year because it was 1.4 last year. I don't know. Rod's higher. Rod's top is at 1.5. Okay, so 32% gross margin on 1.15 gets us 368, which isn't that. What's that drop? That's true. That's true on a per share basis. You're right. So that's a 17% drop year over year. But the per share, you're right. So on a per share, but let's do this. Let's just run with these figures, Rod. Let's just run with what you just calculated, right? On a let's just do gross profit per share. I know that doesn't take into account the SG&A type shit. Well, that's the thing. We can't overlook that. So we start with gross profit, of course, but then we run through and say, okay, well, what's SG&A going to be? You'd have to hope that it will be lower than 452, but it's tough. Can we say that confidently? Because there could have been, as they ramp up for the new consoles and stuff, could have been some increased costs. They could have netted out. I'm not so sure that what figure I would use. Let's just say. Oh yeah, I mean if it's down, if you're in 1.1, that's a 20% year-over-year decline, right. And the question is, how much can these the higher margin products and the SG&A cuts, how much could they have got through? Which I get. This is why you're both saying these are the wild cards, right? These are the important items. But in also, Super Sassy pointed out those on a per share basis. I'd certainly hope that they what they get. So let's see. Yeah, okay. $25 million loss. Okay. They'll net a small gain from the asset sales too. All right. But that's the thing. So people are going to harp on that year-over-year decline, just like they have all year. That's going to be a headline. Oh, GameStop revenues drop 25% year-over-year. See, companies going bankrupt. That's going to happen. It doesn't matter that there's stuff going on underneath the hood. That will be the very quick news. Like, I don't know. We'll see. But as you know, as many of us know here, right? You can be down significantly year over year, but you can also still beat estimates, or you can even underperform estimates on the top line, but outperform estimates on the bottom line, right? There's some nuance here, and then on top of all that, you got to try to guess how the market's going to react to that shit, right? Difficult stuff. Too difficult for me to even have a high conviction in whatever my forecast is. Jorge. I hope not, Jorge. That's the thing. So people talk about Q3. Like if your holding period is 1 month, I don't know. That's tough. You know what I mean? Like that becomes the question. Is like then that's what a lot of people do. I get it. They wait for earnings and stuff, and I just think it's a tough way to go about your analysis. It can be, for me, lower conviction analysis. You might do your best, but the thesis itself is usually grounded in a longer term outlook, Jorge. Whoa, interesting, Dusty. Wait, where are you seeing this, Dusty? Looked at post of bundle items that split. Where are you seeing that? Fair amount of those bundle items. Yeah, right, Jorge. That's fair. Fair enough, Jorge. Little lines were separate shipped around the 28th and 29th of October. Interesting. Oh, okay. Social media type stuff. Interesting. Thanks for sharing. I appreciate that. I might try to track some of that stuff down myself. Okay. If it slides down yourself. Okay. All right. Okay. What was that? Oh, yeah. Let me just pull up that chart Hugo was talking about real quick. Let me see what you got, Hugo. What's this? Hey-oh. That's a chart, Hugo. What's it up today? Ah, that's a good jump. Oh, they were thinking they were going to get the console, but it was just their other stuff. Yeah, no, I wasn't thinking about that too much. But yeah, they almost certainly received some of their stuff before, and that hits this quarter. And everything was a bundle. Everything was a bundle. And we talked about, too, in some past streams, too, how it appeared as though they had written down some inventory in the past. But they had done that before, too. And, I don't know when it hits. Like, you write down the inventory to a lower cost, and that's just pure profit when you eventually sell it. You know what I mean? Because you already wrote it down. And so that's the thing. I mean, not just to step away from GameStop for just a second here, but you may have heard of big bad accounting, right? Where sometimes companies know they're gonna have a big huge loss, and then you just have there's a lot of write downs and stuff, and it all happens. It's just one big huge mess. And but what can happen is that can shore up your operating performance moving forward, because then you're coming off of a lower base. And so there's a case to be made, but management was doing their best to turn around this business model, and in doing so, shored up a lot of their maybe some bloated costs on the books. I mean, we're already seeing them trim some of those costs, but also on some of the inventory type shit, right? Because then when you ultimately sell that stuff, it could be pure profit down the line. So it's something to bear in mind when you're often it's with if you're going through if you're writing down a huge let's say you're writing down a huge acquisition that you did, and you just say throw everything else in with that quarter as well. Because we already know we're gonna have a huge write down. Write down everything else as well. This is already a shit quarter. We're gonna have $1 billion loss. Do everything else this quarter. Get it out in the open, and then we can move forward and put this behind us. In GameStop's case, you had a full year of that. You had 4 or 5 quarters of really shitty performance to work on some of the stuff that they needed to do anyway. And the market was just going to overlook a lot of the stuff they were doing anyway. But then maybe, I don't know about Q3, but then Q4, Q1, Q2, I keep on saying that. That's where I think the market will become aware of some of the stuff that they've been doing that has been overlooked because of the shitty year that they were always going to go through. Oh, Dusty's still downloading. Okay. Rough. Look at that pop, though, huh? Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, that's, is it a SPAC? Is it a SPAC, Hugo? Looks like a SPAC, huh? Capital Acquisition Corp. Yep, those are hot these days. When was that? August? Wow. Close out of some stuff. Haven't looked at this in a while. $5.6. So that'll probably drop again. It will drop again, right? You fall from 1.4, 1.5 to 1, 1.1. It's going to drop to closer to 5 billion. That's the thing. I know some people are forecasting revenues to decline next year. It seems unlikely to me. Book value $6. Got to see what it is at the end of Q3, of course. EBITDA is still at a loss right now. Trailing 12 month. Talk about big. They go. Look at this. Look at all these losses that they've had for the. Oh, you can't. It's a little bit small, but hopefully that helps a little bit. $10 per share in the trailing 12 months ending Q2 2019. $5 per share. Huge losses, right? Huge. So that's what I mean. There's a lot of business changes you can do during those years that no one will really care about until they do. I just see it over and over again. And look at that operating cash flow, huh? Look at this shit. I always like that. Look at that. Every single damn year. Since 2002, positive operating cash flow. I said that in that first GameStop video. I just like, you don't see that too much. Usually it's operating cash flow is like going to turn negative. But on a rolling 12-month basis, this shit has been positive and in some cases hugely positive relative to the share price. Look, in the past 20 years, I just hadn't seen that too much. Look, it's $5. I mean, we know this is due to some working capital changes and stuff. So $5, almost $6 per share in operating cash flow the last 12 months. Yes. I know the working capital changes and stuff, but I'm just saying. Oh, good question. How many stores did they have open in Q3 2019? Store count was over 5,600 in Q3 2019. Over 5,000 now. Okay. So a drop in the store count. Would they say 40% move over? Is that what we said, Uber? So that would contribute, right, to a drop. I think it was 40%. I think 40% ship over. I did see someone on Seek and Alpha trying to approximate how many stores were still open, right? Weren't they looking at how many stores were on the website and stuff? I thought that was pretty cool. Like when you go to like find the store closest to me or find all the stores at GameStop and they were tracking how many stores they were there and their hours and stuff. I thought that was cool. Yeah, look at this rolling simple free cash flow, right? This is just operating cash. Oh, I got a definition. This is just operating cash flow minus CapEx. And that was something that I talked about quite a bit in that first GameStop video. Maybe all the GameStop videos. I can't remember. But in the early years of the prior cycle, $4, $5. Relative to today, a $11 share price. Can you imagine if you got that in 3 straight years? You'd have your whole share price in like 2 years. And then it dropped down $5, $2, $5, working capital stuff, right? And I just thought, if they even get half that, it's and this was when the stock price was in the 4s, right? It's just laughable. And this is just the legacy business. But now if they cut some of those bloated costs and blah, 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 but everything relative to the price, and it looks like there's remains some margin of safety there. I like this one too. Retained earnings. Is this retained earnings divided by assets? Yeah, I like that. That's I think that's a component of the Altman Z-score as well. I like that too. But it can shows like the how well the business has done historically. But you see, it got all the way. It was growing. You like to see that figure growing, but then it's been collapsing, and that's because of all the major write-downs they've been doing the past couple of years. So it can be misleading at times, but in general, it's a good one. All right, not much else to see there. What else? Oh yeah, that was a clean break. That looks good. Definitely keep an eye on this. Just keep an eye on this IWM for like the next couple of weeks and stuff. If this holds, I'm impressed with how well it held up. There was that big pop, right? I'm like, is it going to give it all back? And on a relative basis, what did it do versus the QQQ? Did it hold? It's got a little ways to work, at least relative to what had been working. And what about the SPI? Started to move up. But I think this is more notable. Oh, this is the NASDAQ. Same thing. No one's reported, right? I think they can report till, I think sometimes I've seen them report till like 8, usually not, but let me just see if anything else was reported. No, just permit. Okay. What's this? Oh, permit. Yeah, so they trimmed again. Okay. But notably still a large position for them. Okay. And they probably trimmed again. Oh yeah, so let's check these people out. Let me just see. Let me pop this over here just real quick. So long short equity hedge fund in New York City. All right, seems like it might be. can't see much. Sometimes they have the website here, but no website. No website. Sometimes they're just smaller. Sometimes they're smaller funds. Oh, is this right? It's 7 clients? Oh, that's a real small fund. Check this out. Hedge fund with 7 clients and discretionary assets under management of $379 million. That's small for a hedge fund. Oh, but this is probably what's invested. But even still, maybe they have a cash position or they have positions that don't have to be reported. That's true. But even still, for a reported portfolio, that's on the smaller side, I believe. And GameStop's their top position. All these are new positions, but interesting. Just saying, even if total sales are down 15 to 20%, comp sales would only be down. Oh, for the comp sales. Thank you, Uber. I'm thinking in my head total sales, right? But for reporting purposes, Uber pointing out on a comp basis, it's not apples to apples because there's going to be fewer stores out there. You think comp sales will only down high single digits? This won't be the inflection point, but the penultimate, and clearly they feel good about where the cash is coming and going. I agree, Uber. That's like my take right there, right? And the only way Uber, the only caveat, I agree with you. My one caveat would be if it's a big enough beat, if it's a big enough let's even say that let's just hypothetically they turn like a profit, right? Like a profit that nobody was expecting and blah, blah, blah. And like it really got people talking about like, holy shit, that was a huge beat. And then if the price action will start to take off, then it could it could force it to be the inflection point. I doubt it. But that it could incite a sentiment shift just because people, and I think this just because I feel it remains heavily discounted. If it weren't as heavily discounted, if I didn't think that, I wouldn't think this is a distinct possibility because it really would come down to some major, crazy, huge free cash flow print or whatever it is. But because I still think that a lot of stuff remains overlooked by the market, that the market would just be like, oh shit, okay, well let's get this running. If it runs to 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, let's say it runs up to $13, $14 heading into the earnings readout, right? And then it pops 30% on that. If the price starts running, it could foist an inflection point upon the market, even though maybe you would what you and I thinking they're probably not enough because of that long-term secular risks and stuff. But it could maybe. I don't think it's likely per se, but I'm not ruling it out yet. So we'll have to see. And then if they pair it with other stuff too, again, not necessarily the base case, but if they pair the earnings readout with hypothetically buybacks or partnerships or new potential revenue streams, I wouldn't think that necessarily would something major would be paired in with an earnings readout. It would probably just be more incremental progress being reported. Hey, we teamed up with some affiliates and we're doing some revenue sharing on the platform, right? Incremental type stuff that maybe you could catch people's attention. I don't know, but who knows? Maybe there's something else they announced at that time too, or I doubt they announced the give guidance based on the transcript because they said they weren't going to do it for the rest of the year. But or Ryan Cohen too. So if that coincided with some stuff, but that's kind of beside the point. But I'm generally with you. Uber was saying about 5,600 last year. Oh, nice. Pulled the actual thing. Jorge, I wouldn't bet on the short squeeze, Jorge. I'd be careful. That's something it's difficult to bet on. A nice to have, not a need to have, though, right? Not a need to have for this type of a thesis. Oh, I could probably update that. Oh, that's got to be updated too. The short interest still elevated, but down a bit. Oh, so I said that same thing too. I still think those shares are being overlooked. and the management team, the quality of the team. All. Was there anything else? What is this? What is this? Likes? No, that's media. Yeah, there wasn't much. There wasn't much new news. I already pulled that one up. Okay. Okay. All right. What the hell happened today? What time is it? Oh shit! It's 9. Holy shit. All right. So shit was up today, but nothing big. But still, this was another up day, another up week. Oh, what's the S&P doing? Oh, did that close at an all-time high? That's bullish. It closed at an all-time high? I think it did. Holy shit. Oh, on a weekly basis anyway. That's bullish. So whatever we looked at Wednesday, I'm going to assume it's still intact. Everything was looking bullish. Then sometimes you get some tax loss selling into the into year end, right? And then some stuff gets oversold. But I could see folks getting more involved with a GameStop type company, right? I mean, now these things are sitting on gains. I mean, if shorts are sitting on losses too, well, they might still be sitting on long-term gains. Who knows? But if there's some short-term losses, those could get closed up. But most GameStop investors are sitting on gains of the short-term investors. They're sitting on gains. Oh, that's not. But then, but also there's a tailwind on the if people. So if everything's bullish right now, and especially small cap and value and stuff, that's a tailwind for a lot of these types of companies that are in that Roaring Kitty model portfolio. Damn, that's bullish. What's Nasdaq doing too? Just kind of tag it in there. Okay. All right, but quiet. Oh, energy was up again. Ooh. It's holding up. So a lot of the stuff held up. This week held up. It made the move on Monday. Here we go. What a night. This is a clean week. What? It didn't give back the gains. Wow. Okay. That's important. How about materials and shit? Kind of hold. Okay, they gave back a little bit, but okay. Just kind of curious. See where stuff's holding up. Oh, gaming was up. Was that like casino gaming? I'm not sure. Shipping holding up. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, energy up again, huh? Probably a good. Oh, natural gas up again too. Wow. Okay. Probably a good day. Was it a good day today? Oh, that's a lot of green. That's a lot of green. I'm wearing the red, but that's a good amount of green. Oh, this thing. Oh, because they did a reverse split. This needs to be updated. I did see, so there was some insider buying from the CEO for FIT, but not that much. It was a good amount, but so they did a reverse split. I need to update that. But insider buying right there. 172K. It's not nothing, but last year they bought 750K. Oh, but he wasn't one of them. Yo, he bought 400K. I did remember that. So they did a reverse split. Yeah, okay. Okay, but ignoring that one. 8% for PBF. PBF, that bounce is holding up well. That's sick. Okay. Man, I wish they were buying. I wish they were buying the PBF. They were buying the other one. SD. Yeah, this one's looking good. This one's looking good. I was saying when we were talking about like potential big winners that were still in the portfolio, SD was one of them. And that this whole time, and when I was trading it, like I still think that it was trading in this range for a while, this 150 range I was adding. It was one of the few positions I was actively adding to the past couple of months because for a few reasons that I talked about. But now I thought it still had 10-bagger potential. And so we'll have to, I'm not saying it's likely or anything like that, but of the positions on a relative basis, it was seen more likely than some of the other ones out there. So we'll have to see. It's still early, but nice week on that front. Look into this one. The Carl Icahn was very active, involved with Sandridge. It's not the only. It was. I mean, it has some attractive exposure to the energy space, but he was very active in like 2018, 2019 when the stock price was like way up here. They were trying to sell it, and then it's only cratered since then. And yeah. Do I have it? Oh, I have it up, don't I? Oh, I do. Sick. Do I have it updated? When's the last? It's through September 30th. Oh, sick. Did they just report? So look, it trades below tangible book value, and nice. They had just sold their headquarters, I think, over the summertime to raise a little bit extra cash, like $35 million or something, which isn't that big of a deal. But just like with the GameStop management team, it telegraphs to the market that management is trying, and Carl Icahn was still involved. I think it's the smallest position in his portfolio. He didn't report today, did he? Oh, he did. No change. Right there. Sandridge. Oh, you can't see it. Right there. Sandridge. No change. It hasn't been a change in a while. He owns 13% of the company. See, he was first involved Q4 2017. There's a whole bunch of articles about it because it was a big deal at the time, and now the stock price like cratered and no one cared about it anymore. Hey, what did he buy? He bought more of his IEP there. He sold some Herbalife. Trimmed LNG. Not too active this quarter. Some Oxy stuff. Did anyone report? Who else? Not Scion. They didn't report yet, right? We would have seen them come through. You report? So probably some of the big ones didn't report yet, right? What's this? Not yet. I'm surprised Carl reported that. Oh, so did Baupost. Okay, what did Baupost do? Oh, no. Trim some eBay. Bought more VSAP, but we knew that, right? Because this was... We knew that happened already. Did we? Did he buy even more? They issued him some equity over the summertime. He bought a shit ton. PSTH? I don't know that one. He bought Pershing. Wait. It's not Pershing Square, right? Can't be. Is it? What is this? Is that the Pershing? It is. Holy shit. That's interesting. Was he a major buyer of this? This is that's Bill Ackman's SPAC. Is it Bill Ackman's SPAC? It looks like it. What? Kind of surprising, isn't it? It's his sixth largest position. It's all over the place, right? Oh, did it just go? Oh, this is what's this, weekly? Was he a part of it going public? He had to have been, right? I'm sure Bill probably reached out to Baupost and was like, "Yo, you want to get in on this?" Seems a little bit odd to me. Such a large position. Huh. I wonder, this is probably people who are... Oh, it probably just got filed today. Maybe no one's really talked about that. There'd probably be some articles next week about that. That seems like that's newsworthy to me. It hasn't even hit this. Not even in this... QRVO. QRVO has been in a while. PCG. Oh, shit. You bought a shit ton more PCG. PG&E. Yeah. Huh, okay. Oh, what do we got? I'm talking the number of stores. Yep. Hey, Aquablade. What up, Aquablade? How you doing, mate? Welcome back. We still good? Oh yeah, we good. Painful week? Nah. I mean, it's all subjective. It's all subjective, but nah, I didn't think it was too painful. It's not ideal, right? Ideal would be going up, but I thought it was okay. What was the weekly? Was it up on the week? I forget. No, it was down on the week. What did we close last week? 1186. Okay, March 2020. Oh, Otter. That's a good question. Which is your biggest regret? Do you have a stock that you just hate because of a bad play? Ooh. Good question, Otter. I don't think so. Good question. No stocks that I hate. I usually not. Usually I don't care enough. Usually I don't care enough to hate them. Part of that reason is because that's from a risk management standpoint is I won't get involved enough. Like, for example, if you just take a peek at the tracker here, this number isn't right, but a lot of some of these numbers. Oh, did PD? Oh, PDS did a reverse split too. I got to update that. But usually the positions aren't big enough, Otter, for many of them. And this is an aberrant year. This year's a little bit different, but usually the positions aren't big enough for me to really end up hating the stock because it didn't work out. You know what I mean? That's part of the. And usually I'm not going heavy unless I'm really, really sure of it. And I would say of the ones that I've been really, really sure about, I'm not usually that wrong about them. If I am wrong, or I'm not usually that wrong about them. So fortunately, I don't think there's any biggest regret. I don't think biggest regret. I mean, I've made mistakes, but that's the thing. It gets difficult. It gets difficult to regret certain things because even if a play doesn't work out, it can still be educational, and then you build off of it. And so usually I'll just be like, all right, that didn't work out. I learned from that one. You know what I mean? So it gets messy to just outright regret something. I'll be like, oh damn, I wish I didn't do that, or I wish I did do that. I don't. Maybe regret is just too strong. I guess I don't know. Sometimes I'd be choosy with my words. Biggest mistake, that'd be one I have to think about. Because even still, like yeah, I'd have to think about that. I should be prepared with answers on that front. It's like it's a good question. Good question, Otter. Store count. Hey, Joe, welcome back. Welcome back, Joe. Me and my 6-year-old nephew enjoy. All right, enjoying the dough. Cheers. Cheers, nephew. Cheers. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Hope you're having a good time. You can take some notes. You can maybe we can paper trade some stuff, huh? Welcome. Hey, Jeff Amazon. Good evening. Happy Friday. I hope you all had a good week. Long time lurker. Cheers. Welcome. Glad to see you chiming in. This is great. Happy Friday. GameStop goes to 100 share. Are we going to all have a party? Oh yeah, we're definitely having a party. I think Uber already coordinated some stuff. We gotta figure. We'll have to figure something out. You know, $100. We're definitely having a party. I mean, if it especially if it's in the short term, right? No doubt. What do you make of the large open interest in January, April calls compared to December, June? Yeah, some people. I thought would someone mention that in the chat? Did someone mention in the chat, Jeff? I don't make of it anything, but it might be because I'm not smart. I'm not smart enough. I don't know enough about that stuff. Should I make something of it? The large open interest. Do I got it in Yahoo? Will it be there? Sometimes it's here. What did you say? The large in January. In April compared to December, June. I think right off the top of my head is because I think usually those January and April ones for a company in GameStop position tend to be aligned. Like those are standard months, I think, and so I think you tend to see more action in those ones, Jeff, on a relative basis. So relative to December, June, I think like maybe the January and April ones have been around, and they're just generally more active. That's part of it, probably. But is like the sheer level of it, I don't know. Maybe there's hedging or something. I'm not too sure, Jeff. I don't know. Yeah, Roaring Kitty wins every time. I promise that's not true, Otter. I promise that's not true. I just usually if I'm going heavy, I tend to have a higher conviction. I know you're making a joke, right? But still, I wish it. That's what I mean. I wish I give the wrong impression by not having something right. I just got to claim dud brain. You know what I mean? I haven't been able to remember that as much stuff recently, but yours is RKT. Can't even look at that sucker. Hey, oh well, how come, Otter? I'd be curious. It's just because it worked against you? Oh, it's somewhat of a new stock. Or did it bad timing? Sometimes it's bad timing, you know what I mean? And then what I'd say, Otter, and you may already do this already, but like for something like when I have those misses or something, I'll reflect on was it process related? Like do I have like some soft rules that hey, don't buy when the chart looks like this, or until you see earnings turn positive or whatever it is, and I didn't do it this time. Sometimes I'm guilty of that, and I'll be like, I gotta hold myself accountable. But usually it comes down to I use those as opportunities to refine my process. But this looks like a painful one, Otter. If you get the timing off, you know, you held through earnings with strong conviction. Oh, when was earnings? Okay, was that earnings? Maybe that was earnings. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I was saying earlier, Otter. It's earlier. I was saying how it can be tough. Yeah, it was. It can be tough for me. I mean, I can hold through earnings, but it's hard for me to have super strong conviction on one single earnings readout. You know what I mean? Even if I have strong conviction in the thesis, but my thesis is longer term. And so, like me personally, if it sells off, I'm like, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. What are you going to do? But as long as my thesis is still intact, I'm like, all right, it's annoying that it gets sold off. Like GameStop has every single quarter, but that's me. So I figured I'd share that. But you hate what's it called? Rocket Companies Inc. What do they do? Oh, is that Rocket from Is that from QuickBooks? Is that QuickBooks? Did QuickBooks spin Rocket Mortgages or something? Is that them? Doesn't say QuickBooks there, does it? Maybe it's something separate. Quicken. Yeah, I think that's the same. Quicken. Okay, I thought that was. Okay. Oh, that must be a big company. Oh, 43 billion. Huge company. Oh, did they just spin it off? They just spun it off. Okay. That could be a good value creation thing to do. If you have a company with different types of assets on the books, it can create value for shareholders, and in turn, for lots of stakeholders to separate, to spin it off. Okay. So this is a legit company. RKT is a legit company. I'm going to assume, and now I want to take another peek at that chart. So now it's close to its IPO price again. And what I might be, I'm not usually in this type of a space. Not that you're asking, Otter, but as I'm looking now, I'm like, all right, now what happened? Like this IPO price might be a good type of a level to watch. Maybe it crashes through. If it crashes through that, it could be an opportunity. Chart doesn't look particularly great right now. One thing to bear in mind too is that sometimes companies are going public at opportune times for current investors. Sometimes they keep on shooting up though, right? So what the hell do I know? Hey, Rob's at the party too. You hit $100, Rob's coming too. Cheers. We're definitely. You forget about. If we're definitely getting down. If the chart breaks start breaking through, what should we say? 16, 17, 18. At this point, 16, right? Because I'd just say 16. I still think you need to break through like 17 for anything crazy to happen. But we definitely partying if we break out this box. That's all. And then if it goes to 100, forget about it. Hey, P-Sid. What up, P-Sid? I hope you had a nice week, mate. Oh, hi, Visa. Okay, that makes sense for in the money. Okay, it makes sense for in the money strikes, but there's 21K on the January $30 calls. Oh, okay. All right, okay. I'll take it. Let me take a peek at that again. I did see that real quickly. So what do you see? You said $30 calls, January. Yeah, that is a good amount, isn't it? Isn't it, Jeff? It is a lot, huh? What's 20? 14? 15's 18? It has the most Oh. Well, what I would say is that, first of all, how many is this? 21,000. Wow, 21,000. So 210. So what's that, 2 million shares? So it's 2 million shares. It could be, that could be like a hedge against a squeeze, right? Could it be a hedge against a squeeze? But it's not a crazy amount, right? It's 2 million shares. And even those could be offset by maybe some puts and stuff. But it does kind of stick out a little bit, huh? 21,000 on the deepest out of the money. I wonder how common that is. It can't be that common, can it? You've heard about those like gamma squeezes types things. I'm not a specialist on that type of stuff. I've like asked around, and that's what some people describe the Tesla run as like it's like an option. It's the tail wagging the dog, as someone described. It appears as though that's not happening with GameStop right now, from what some other folks have said. I don't know enough about this shit. But wow, that is a lot. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Jeff. Also, I don't remember these being around all that long. $30 strikes. Are these new? I mean, I feel like I've seen them the past couple of months. I mean, it's not like I hadn't seen them at all, but 14. It is interesting that it's the most. It's the most. I mean, they're the cheapest too, right? They're also the cheapest. Let's not. Hey, Michael. What's up, Michael? Welcome. Happy Friday, Michael. We're all to wait the Q3 earnings. Exactly. People just waiting for Q3 or some announcement otherwise, right? But people are just waiting for more material news. Markets made that abundantly clear. I agree with that shit. There were a ton when the run-up was happening. Okay. Yeah, that's right. So I was saying that earlier, Super Saucy. These are the yearly ones. No, yeah, but I don't think the 30s have been around. I wonder how far back it's. If you look at its historical price, if you look at the historical price of the $30 calls, I bet you don't. I bet they're not 6 months old. That would be my guess. But right, yeah, if it pops above 20, those what are they at right now? 30 cents. So on a dollar basis, that's all I was pointing out, is that the sheer number of contracts, it sticks out to me. But on a dollar basis, right, these are obviously much cheaper than. They're about half the 20s. Okay. Thank you, Daniel. 30s are since October. I was gonna say I don't remember seeing them. What happens is as the price rises, folks are more willing to write those. It's just not. It may not be worth their time or worth their risk to even care about them until the price rises. So as the price rises to a new level of like above 10, let's say, you'll see the new strikes hit. So thank you, Daniel. October, Daniel's saying. Oh, so Michael says the same thing, that the 30s popped in around September after Cohen. Okay, so that's what I was thinking. I was going to say, I don't think they're that old. But, and I think, yeah, maybe folks, what Super Saucy was saying, once the price started to get bid up, then people were maybe trying to play. If anyone trying to play the squeeze might look at like $30 strikes because those are up. What's that market cap? It's actually not that crazy of a market cap. It's $2 billion. It's not that crazy to me. And remember, the stock was just at 15, like 11, 15, no big deal. Like I said, it could be up there next week. And then from there, it's only a double. Going into Black Friday, going into Q3 earnings, going into the holiday readout, and then going into, that's pretty much, I guess that's it. Microsoft news, right. About the time Microsoft news. Yep. Okay. Yeah, so they probably, I don't know when these contracts were, I don't know when all those contracts went, but they were probably more expensive when they were written or purchased. Long build-up in the December 18 option interest doubled day over day yesterday. December 18, $20 call. Let's check that out. What do you say? December 18, $20 call. Doubled? Okay, and what's the price point? So what do you say? So 1,600 times, let's call it, I was a little bit more expensive. So was that today? So then I'd say, let's just call it 35 cents. $35. 56, what's that, 56 grand? 56 grand. That's probably as many reasons people would purchase these options. But you could imagine someone trying to play earnings, maybe looking at a $20 type strike. You know what I mean? Not even just earnings, but like I was talking about at the beginning of the stream, like it wouldn't surprise if I had to guess, right? If I had to guess, and Jorge was like, "Yo, Roy and Kitty, you gotta guess. You have to guess what the stock price is gonna do from here into earnings." I would say it would probably get bid up. It would probably rise because I feel as though we're at the lower end of this box right now. I'm working under the assumption that we're in this area right now. I reserve the right to change my mind, but and I think that volatility will increase, volume will pick up as we head into earnings. And people are like, oh, which way should we play this? And I feel like the market is thinking a little bit more out some rose-colored glasses. And so as volatility picks up, I think it will go more likely to go to the upside. Plus, it's undervalued and stuff. Lots of different moving parts here. Blah blah blah. And then so those strikes, those December strikes that are after earnings, maybe as a hedge you hold through earnings or something, but they might get bid up even before then. That's maybe a reason for the timing of it right now. Volume's been super. So you saw this over the summertime, right? Like this. It reminds me of the summertime, how low this volume has been. Oh, Michael, I don't think they're going to issue guidance. Yo, Michael, check this. Due to the uncertainty regarding the ongoing impact of COVID-19 in the business, we have suspended formal guidance. So that was already in play, right? But then someone asked about guidance. And then secondly, again, we're not providing any guidance and or not reiterating any guidance. I mean, a couple of months more into the pandemic and there's just still too many unknowns. So we're not reiterating any further guidance for the rest of the year. It seems to me highly unlikely, Michael, that they're going to issue any guidance for what that's worth. They can change their mind, I suppose, but that's kind of that would be just unlikely in my mind. I wish that they would. I wish if they're bullish, I wish that they would. That would be good. Or not. I don't know. And then maybe they surprise. No guidance, and then you surprise in a big way, like we were talking about for Q3. I don't know. The longer term stuff, it all works out. Oh, Super Saucy says the same thing. Okay. Justin comes in every once in a while. Justin comes in. He pops in. He was in. I think he was on Wednesday, Jeff. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't. The squeeze is tough to bet on, Mike, but the fundamentals will take care of. If they get a big beat or something like that, regardless of whether you get a squeeze, the price could rise. But yeah, that stuff's tough to bet on. There's other announcements that could be made too. There's other stuff that could come out, but that stuff's tough to time. Like the Microsoft stuff. Who could have timed that or even predicted the market? I mean, now we're below when it got bid up, right? I think. Or where it closed at, right? But we're right there. Oh, I think where it opened, I think we're right. We're right there. Right there, I think, yeah. Okay. Right, let me close out some stuff. Anything else, Bob Post? Oh, it went back into Micron. Was he in Micron? No, I think Greenlight was in Micron back in the day. Applied Materials. Yep. Anyone else? Oh yeah, didn't Berkshire report? No, they didn't yet. Okay. Maybe we'll check this out next week too. Is this what's this? No Miller. We know I think he's still bullish on it from what we saw. Ah, okay. I just want to do a quick check. Just see. There'll be more on Monday. Appaloosa? No way. He wouldn't file early, will he? No, I didn't think so. Okay. All right. So SD, RRC. Okay. Is natural gas? How's natural gas looking again? Actually, looking good. Looking good. They're not perfectly correlated, the stocks themselves, but RRC is a pretty good indication of what they're doing, I'd say. That chart still looks good. Just consolidating right now. Okay, CPS, that one's been cranking. Chinseo. $4 in ARR. P10. Things are turning, yeah. Next week's an important week too, I'd say. If you get follow through after this decent week across these stocks, especially on a relative basis. WPRT, Western Digital. All right, so stuff. Yeah. Oh, OVV taking over. Be nice for that one to break out. Citron, NIO. Yeah, I bet that. Yeah, I bet there's some folks bearish on a company like NIO. That would be. Citron was okay. Aluminum. How's this one looking? Ooh. Yeah, things are looking kind of bullish to me. Things are looking bullish. It's interesting too because election type stuff, and then the COVID stuff heating up again. That's why the vaccine news could be potentially huge, right? I mean, it's and then was I hearing today? It could be maybe even distributed in December. That's just enormous news. Wow. And so that's certainly part of the reason for this run up, right? And we kind of get that aspect, but that some of this stuff is breaking out in face of a lot of not a lot of uncertainty, but the election type stuff, and even though the vaccine news is looking good, nothing's completely finalized yet. You still gotta get it out there. That's why I was surprised December. That's just speaks to the human ingenuity and technological prowess. It's just really incredible if they got that out there. And but still, there's still some uncertainty here, right? But yet the market's still kind of breaking out and looking bullish. And that's even more bullish. That's how I feel. And so we'll have to see. I don't know. Welcome, I don't know. Welcome, I don't know. Cheers. Ask the Magic Maple. Oh, wait, if what's going to go up the week? What should we ask? If GameStop's going to go up next week? We should. We'll give it a. We should ask if. What's next week? The week after is the holiday weekend. Yeah, okay. We'll ask that. We'll keep it nice and simple this week. It was a quiet week, so let's just ask if the 8-ball's gonna. We'll just ask if GameStop's going up this week. We'll keep it. We'll give the 8-ball a break from the tough questions like is it gonna go up 25? Is it gonna break 14 or something? Or we'll just ask it. We'll just ask it something lightweight. Is GameStop gonna go up next week? Shit. Well, I'll show you the. How come I can't get that just right? Reply hazy. That's Polygon. I blame Polygon because of the trip that he just took. You know what again? Let me ask again. I just don't see that result all that frequently. That's why I wanted to show it. Reply hazy. Try again. I don't think I've ever even gotten that before. I got it again. Are you kidding me? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I don't know. I don't know. I kind of just wish that the 8-ball said your name. Why am I having such a hard time turning it? Outlook not so good, I don't know. I wish it just said your name, mate. Oh, no. But that's okay. It's a test. Let's just see how the 8-ball does. Well, shit. The 8-ball's had some trouble, had some missteps in recent weeks. I don't know. So just we'll bear that in mind. And if we have to, do I got my? Okay, let's do this right now. Let's do this right now. Y'all know bananagrams? Oh, you can't see it because of the green screen. You can't see it because of the green screen. We can pick out a next ticker. Let's look at a chart. We can look at the chart of one of these tickers. Am I caught up? Dusty thinks the vaccine news is overblown. It could be. That stuff's tough to analyze, that stuff. I just think on a fundamental basis, it could be good news if businesses can open up and stuff and people, I could imagine that would have a positive impact fundamentally. Some stuff isn't priced in and so forth. That's where it gets tougher. I just told the fires were so cold. Yep. Storage stuff. I've heard people. We were talking about that on the recent stream, Dusty. I think Dusty was here talking about store and that stuff if there were some companies that store it. Oh, where's it going to go in by January? Yeah. Hazy, not so good. Yeah, two times hazy and then a no. Maybe that just means the 8-ball's uncertain, so we should discount its result. I mean, it says it's hazy. Maybe it already took a couple puffs before the stream. You know what I mean? So I don't know if we should trust the 8-ball. All right, so let's see. Let's pull up the chart. Let's pull up the chart for what time is it? We got time. Just real quick. All right, I can't be looking. What am I doing? I'll pull up 3 letters. All right, V. Just wanted to use the bananagrams. E. Yeah, that's like pulling double zero in a row. I agree, Michael. Huh? That is like it's like double zeros twice in a row. That's good news. Isn't that good news? E. I think that's a ticker. Is VUE a ticker? Oh, it's VEE. VEE? Oh shit. Shit. Oh well. Oh, VEV? Well, let me pick one more. S? I guess not. Well, what's this chart look like? Oh, that chart looks good. Oh, that chart looks really good. It's one of the best this is one of the best looking charts we looked at on the stream. What the hell is this? Viva Systems? Healthcare. Cloud-based software for the life sciences industry. Company offers Viva Commercial Cloud. I'll look it up. Wait, is that the right Vive? Yeah, we'll look up Vive. Okay. All right, so that looks like up. Kind of just curious, right? You see a chart looking that good? You don't see that too often. Okay, so that's that. All right, things were green today, right? Northern packing back up. Okay, and then I want to see. You know what I'd like to kind of see? Well, I'll do the daily real quick, but I assume it's all going to be a lot of the same shit that was up across the board, right? Innodata? Shit. I've been invested in this one. Oh, you kidding me? Oh. Damn. I didn't hold long enough. Ah, shit. I can't believe this one. I've been invested in this one. Kind of sketchy. Insider buying, though. Shit. I haven't been in it in a while. No, it wasn't them. It was this person. I looked into his background and stuff. Then he stopped buying. They were selling in the ones last year. Then nothing really happened this year. Damn. It's a 3-bagger. If you bought a 4-bagger, if you bought opportunistically, which I could have done if I was just tracking it, and then when everything sold off, damn, okay, missed opportunity. Small one, not a huge one, because it was kind of like, That's the thing. Some of those are the 5-baggers, though. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have high conviction in it per se, but it looks kind of dodgy and stuff. Damn. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, if it keeps on running, I'm going to be pissed. What? I don't even want to look up the news on that one. Like, sometimes I'll look up the news just to be like, what was it? Why did it run up so strongly? I don't feel like it for that one because it's not that big of a deal, but maybe I will later. Aluminum, though, popping, huh? FET popping. I mean, it was energy, right? But then they also had the insider buying, so they had that going for it. Okay, a lot of the same plays that were working throughout the week were working today. Wait, NOG. They do a reverse split? I mean, that price looks high. They did a reverse split, did they? Got him. Got him. Sorry. What was down today, you know? Griffin. Revlon, which was up big, coming back. Fuel Tech, that was up big this week. All right, and then just the week, you know? I know. Dusty, I got a video on the Roaring Kitty channel where if I ever say it, sometimes my decisions are based on feel, check out that video on the Roaring Kitty YouTube channel. You'll see what I mean when I say it's based on feel. Sometimes it's just based on bananagrams. Check it out. Okay, so here's the weekly. So you still see Revlon up 72%, Team CNK. Yeah. The big takeaway this week is kind of looking like the stocks and like the Roaring Kitty portfolio are the ones that are starting to come back in favor. That's a good sign. Sometimes that happens. Like you're seeing it in late May and early June. They were coming back in favor, and then they kind of plateaued, and then they grinded a bit, and maybe they're starting to come back in favor again. That's the thing. So that was the reason I kept some of these. I think I said this on a recent stream, but there's so many damn positions in this Roaring Kitty portfolio here, right? Like too many. But that's because of the nature of this year. There's so much uncertainty and blah blah blah. But the part of it was too, like, I think I just said this on the stream, but part of it was, like, some of those are still undervalued. Not crazy undervalued, but I'm like, I don't know. If the market sells off, I'm still diversified. It will take a hit, but I'm still diversified. But a lot of them are value stocks, so if the value gets hit again, it will get hit. But I feel like they were cheap enough where it's like, it's okay. I'll just hold it I'll just keep on holding, and I'm okay with that. But then I'm like, some of them are still cheap, though. And So value tilts back in favor, and people are more excited about these types of stocks just generally. These will probably all continue running. I thought, man, now they're turning into like a trend type play. That was kind of my thinking for not being as like hyper active recently. Kind of just dragging my feet. And I thought all of them are all across the board just generally undervalued. So we'll see if they keep running. But I'm just a lot of stuff just popping. Okay, so what was Valero doing too? Because we saw PBF. So PBF, they're all kind of hopping together, right? PBF, VLO. And we can do this by this. Watch this. Oh, do I have a link? would have been nice if I had a link to my industry tab. I'll just do this. So because PBF, like I'm super curious about PBF, right? So I just want to quickly just check. I'm here. I would do this. What the hell is this? A quick check on just refiners generally. So it starts with oil. Boom. Not really breaking out of that down trend line yet. Oh, that's not the right link. Let me do this one. Still got some work to do, but looking up for a change. What's that? A refiner ETF. Look at that. There's a refiner ETF. I forgot about that. Ticker crack, huh? Not bad. Let me get to the refiners. Brent. Yeah, I know where these are all at. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so there's PSX. So you're going to see a similar chart across the board, right? So it's not just PBF. It's tracking refiners. They're coming back in favor a little bit this week. Valero, same chart. MPC, same chart. Holly Frontier, not as strong of a chart. Kind of interesting to me. I kind of like that name a bit better than some of the other ones. It's also weaker than some of the other charts. See what I mean? So I guess that's not too surprising. Like this is a better looking chart. It's coming off the lows. This one too, it's still off the lows. It didn't retest over here. That's what I'm getting at. It didn't retest. Same thing here. It didn't really retest. But then you see HFC did retest. It's a little bit... It even took out the lows. That's more bearish. So I guess in that light, it's like makes sense. It's not holding up as quite as good. Doesn't look as super compelling maybe. But just across the board there. Same thing. Damn, PBF. Where's PBF? There it is. Oh my God. There's only this. This is already in my missed opportunities. It's got to be. Yep, right there. Son of a... I was in it. I missed another 150%. 150%. It's really taken off because it's okay. Biofuels. Okay. How's Fossil doing, huh? One of the streams I was oh yeah, is this that? Okay, here's that chart that was looking really good. Look at this. Okay, so rapid revenue growth, fat ass margins, 26% 3-year average. Oh, look at this. Oh, 25 fat margins. All right, so great business, growing rapidly. So you're naturally going to get solid equity growth. I bet it's not even leveraged, a lot of cash. Wow, but richly valued though. You know what I mean? It trailing 12-month earnings is $2, just about. All right, or 3-year, $2. Is that 100 times earnings? 120? Shit. Whew. Okay. I just want to check Fossil. We were looking at Fossil. Remember that one? Oh, what's TTI doing? This is another energy play that looked. It's up a little bit. All right, Fossil. Damn. Do I add to that? I was looking to add a while back. did I just put that in? 3. Okay. That'll update. Really crappy year over year. I think I saw something like 48% year over year declines in revenues last quarter. Like really messy numbers. But still generated some solid operating cash flow relative to what that stock price. It was like, it reminded me a little bit of the GameStop type play. But $4 in operating cash flow. But I mean, in serious decline. I mean, definitely battling some secular risks of its own. Then the question was, could they stabilize it? And it was a little bit how it was different from GameStop. Why GameStop stood out to me is because it had a major business-related catalyst, whereas a company like Fossil didn't. I mean, it could be that people want their products more. Again, it's a little bit like trendy and coming in favor, and they need to reinvent themselves a bit. But as far as trendiness aside, just an actual business catalyst by way of new consoles, the GameStop. And so, whereas both are battling secular risks, that's why that GameStop stood out a bit to me, and why I kind of dragged my feet on Fossil a bit. Although it got down to below 3, and that was really cheap. But I also liked how much insider buying was doing. You know what I mean? Look at this shit, just a ton. Especially from Gregory McKelvey, who's been around, and much higher prices. We looked into his background during one of the streams a while back. It's a similar play though. All that operating cash flow every damn year. I can't really see. It's kind of small on there. Damn. Wish I could. Sabu. TGIF. Cheers to that. No doubt. Welcome, Harold. Welcome to the stream. Hope you had a pleasant week. Okay. Ah, man. Yeah, okay, the insider buys. There was some insider buying this week? Oh yeah, what's going on with NC? That's one I've been watching a while. I just saw that today, but this was a spin-off, or Hamilton Beach was a spin-off. Are they getting involved? I wanted to look into that filing there. This one's a super. Oh, I want to look up these fundamentals actually. I was waiting till like coal was really getting crushed. Let me pop up. Like the chart was shitty, right? And I'm just like, I'll just keep on waiting, And I bought a little bit here, and then keep on waiting. And I'm like, all right, let's just keep on waiting. I don't care. Oh, okay, a little bit of a divergence here, where it got sold off in March and April, where a lot of shit did, right? Got oversold on the, is this the weekly? Weekly. Got oversold, and then continued to make a new low in early October, but didn't even get oversold on the weekly, and now bouncing back up. But I gotta look what that insider buying was. This one's interesting to me. As I recall correctly, they had like an oddly strong operating performance for being, I think their primary business is the... You see that okay? Yeah. Yeah, public holding company for the North American Coal Company. There was like 3 different companies grouped into one. One of the... This was a coal company, and part of one of its subsidiaries was Hamilton Beach. You know Hamilton Beach's products, like the shit you got in your kitchen? This was one company. And then they finally split it up. I'm pretty sure, as I recall, I remember looking into it. I'm like, how are these the same company? It didn't make any sense to me. And then they eventually split it up. This is the coal one. Coal mining segment operates for blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it is coal. And but it's in the higher cost, relatively higher cost areas. I thought wasn't in Powder River Basin. All right, more diversified than I remembered. Talking the calls and puts. Coal mine. Now that's a terminal value 0 business. Yeah, that's what a lot of people priced it in. That's for sure. Well, let's see. Let's pop up the fundamentals actually. Is it in the what the hell is this? There it is. Okay. Is it in the portfolio? Oh, it is. Oh, real small though. 0.12. It's must just be a. I think I bought maybe, and then I think I probably I stopped, or well, as soon as the chart broke down a bit, I'm like, oh well, I'll keep it in there, but I'm not gonna. Yeah, it's. Yeah, just nominal. All right, let's go. Let me see if I can zoom in for you. There we go. Okay. So you see, like I mean, I know a lot of purple and green. Purple and green can be good. Show some equity growth and stuff, and so you get tangible book value. So first of all, there's only 7 million shares outstanding. You don't say, I'm usually not looking at companies with so few shares outstanding, and so the market cap 7 times, what is it, $20 or so? So it's $150 billion market cap, not that big, and revenues not that large, around 100 million, but tangible book value about close to $40. It's coal assets, make no mistake, and not leveraged. That's what always stood out to me. Not even leveraged, not at all. And book value's been growing pretty well. I'd have to look back at those historical fundamentals, be like, is this equity growth from strictly earnings growth? And look at the earnings growth. Look at the earnings. $3 in 2016, $6 in 2017, $5, $6, $4. I gotta revisit that and stuff, but I remember looking back at it and being like, what the hell is going on here? And at the time when I was first revisiting it in the past 12 months, it was at like $60. And I thought, well, this looks interesting, but wait, not cheap enough for me given the risks of the industry, right? But now we're getting down in there, and this is and then there's real legit operating cash flow tracking through, right? Flowing right through. You see the simple free cash flow flowing through. Net cash flow, right? Same thing. Net cash flow is just operating cash flow less investing cash flow, right? These are just quick back of the envelope metrics just to get the conversation started, to get me to open up an actual cash flow statement, right? I need to see some actual gap figures that look appealing to me. And so it even right now, it looks interesting to me. And that's why I need to go check out that insider buying. Not saying you can't generate cash flow for years to come, but 10 plus years out, if even. Yep, that's right. That's right. Oh, it continues to pay a dividend. That's right. So it's still paying a dividend. That's part of it. That's part of it. I got to look at that insider book. That's the thing. They bought some of the other one too. So maybe it's a little bit of a weird legacy holding or something. What's going on with that Form 4? There's a whole bunch of them too. Show me again. What is this? What is this? 2.5. It's the same. It's the same from Frank Taplin. Oh, it's a family thing. 2.5. So did they just make a? Okay, I believe it was somewhat family controlled. So maybe these Taplins is the family, and they're getting new positions or increased positions across all of them. Maybe it was a family trust or something. Now it's getting distributed to the individual family members. You know what I mean? I don't know, but it's across both companies. Hey, Superior had some insider buying. What the hell? Oh my God! What the hell is this? Oh, this sucks. Oh, it doesn't suck that bad. I was looking at it back here, and that was the right decision to be suspicious of it. But then it seemed like it was bottoming again. A little bit of a bullish divergence. I forget if I misspoke earlier. These are bullish divergences. But then there wasn't any insider buying. Is that the first time I saw the insider buying? Yeah, it was. Yeah, okay. Must be. I bet that's a new CEO. I don't recognize that name. Yeah, I bet it is. They did a huge acquisition that looked like a PE firm backed it, and it was like preferred equity and stuff. It kind of got, they were over leveraged. They shouldn't have done the acquisition. It was a well-run business before that. They bought some like the European. They were like one of the top wheel manufacturers, or I kind of liked the story, but then when they did the acquisition, I'm like, oh no. And then I was hoping it would lead to an opportunity, but then it just didn't get cheap enough. Don't forget about the political implications in the high carbon power fuel. Oh yeah. Well, major risks, major risks in the industry. In the high carbon power fuel space. Yeah, looking out 10 years. I mean, I'm even less, as Rod's getting at, or Uber's getting at. I'm even Uber Rod. I'm even less confident of that 10 years out than I am of GameStop, right? I do think that stuff, people, and similar to GameStop, people have been saying some of these same things for a while. And I think in this industry too, things take longer than people think. But your point still stands. Looking out 10 years, the carbon footprint, tough analysis. Tough to have high conviction in that type of stuff, no doubt. That can, but I'm willing to bet on like cash flows. You know what I mean? When I, as you're getting at. The question is usually just the cheapness for me. Just a quick back of the envelope. Let's say what's this average? It averaged $5 per share, so that's 4 times over the past. You could argue it's not cheap enough yet. It's still paying a dividend. I wish it would whack the dividend, but if it's a family-controlled business, let's look right now. This is the proxy statement from March 2020. Okay, so there you see the Taplin. So it is a Taplin. There's Beatrice Taplin. Okay, so I wonder if this is what happened. Beatrice is the one who had the shares, and then maybe the shares got distributed to the individual family members or something. You know what I mean? That's because I didn't think I see Beatrice listed, did I? Frank, Diane, Britton. No, we didn't. So that's probably what's happened. I bet it got broken up among the 3. Maybe those are siblings or family or whomever. So that's what that looks like. So it's not, you know what I mean? Not all insider buying is created equal. You need to go dig in a little bit deeper. And then because I knew that they were spun off from each other, and then you see them happen in both, you're like, all right, something's going on there. They all got the same last name. What's going on? And that's probably it. It doesn't look like they were material holders prior to then. In fact, we can do the math right now. How many shares? Wait, how many shares was that for? 155. Oh, it's 155 across. Oh, it's a member of a group. Okay, so maybe just new. Maybe they were added to part of the group. Interesting. 155, 300. Okay. No one really owns it. J.C. Butler? Who's that? Has it got this different family name? Hey, there's Renaissance again. Boop, boop. What's that, number 7? Is he a CEO or something? As a result of J.C. Butler, holding through his trust. Gotta trust. Maybe it's just an individual. Rankins. Is that a different family? Who are the Rankins? Rankins and Taplins? Kind of so this is the thing. You kind of got a bit of a family-controlled business happening here, which can be good, can be, I don't want to say bad, but it can be they're not running it necessarily in the in the best favor for passive shareholders. So sometimes you got to dig in deeper. Right off, I see it's still paying a dividend. That's the thing with with a company like it's not leveraged, so it's not like it should be preserving that cash so it could pay off its debt. But with a company like this, to Uber's point, what are you going to reinvent yourself? It's not like GameStop where you have an opportunity to reinvent yourself. If you're a coal business and the terminal value is indeed 0, maybe they don't think that. Some of these folks continue to remain bullish, looking out 20 years. But if the terminal value is 0, then sure, pay the dividend out. And if you're not going bankrupt or anything like that, and you can continue operations, there's a case to be made that even though you're in secular decline, just keep paying it out. So, but then they're incentivized. You know what I mean? If they own 28%. The executives and the directors, this includes those families, if they own 28% of the business, they're kind of incentivized for it to work out. What is this? So then you can check too. Does anyone own it or something? I don't think anyone does. Just the Rankins, right? It would have showed up maybe in the proxy, but nothing recently. All right. Okay. And then one file, just do a quick check. Anything on Seeking Alpha? Nothing recent. A couple of comments on the recent transcript. Oh, people reading the transcript? Let's go. Nope. I'm just curious. Yeah, but besides that, I didn't see much insider buying, sup, CTG. I've looked at that one in the past. PI, PBFX, that's the thing. What's their relationship again? Subsidiary? But is it publicly traded? Just see. Let me just see. PBFX is a fee-based, growth-oriented, publicly traded Delaware MLP formed by PBF Energy to own or lease, operate, develop crude oil and refined petroleum products, the pipelines and stuff. Yep. So midstream. How much do they own? On April 29, PBF entered a contribution agreement with PBF LLC, pursuant to which PBF contributed to PBF's all the issued and outstanding limited liabilities for a total consideration of $200 million. 50% interest. Subsequent to the closing, PBFX owns 100% membership, blah, 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 blah. Okay. And so that's the one they're buying, huh? It's interesting. Got to start digging back into this. Holy shit. That's the one they're buying this time around, huh? Definitely some interesting plays going around with PBF. Holding. Logistics, there we go. Logistics, they hold it up even better. Midstream stuff tends to be more reliable, you know what I mean? People still get to transfer it. That's what they're buying? Has he been buying it all year? Yes, 2.9. Not that much. In fact, he's been buying more of PBF, right? Yeah, more PBF. Just nothing all that recently. No, they bought in September. But now maybe they're looking to buy PBF. Okay, but those bonds. They're back above 50? Did I say that in the last stream? That sounds familiar. What's today? 13th? $2025's at 50. That's rough. Look at this shit. 54. Back to par? What? 55 on March 23rd. Back to par. And then right back down to 41. I bet you don't see too many bond charts like this. If anyone comes across any bond charts like this, holy shit. This year. 50. Par. 50? People betting on an early recovery, right? People betting on an early recovery. Doesn't really come to fruition, maybe. And then they're running into liquidity issues again, but now bouncing back. Man, I wish they were buying PBF this week. If they were buying PBF, I'd probably have to dig in, right? Really, I'd have to. I'm just lazy. Anyone talking about it? Oh, this person picked up on the bonds. Although I don't know how this has worked out. Oh, PBFX. Oh, he's picking up on the bonds of PBFX. Okay. All right, I'll have to dig into that. Thinking of coal has uses beyond energy. Yeah, that's right, Dusty, right? I mean, that's so people would argue, and some of the coal bulls might say that coal there's other uses, potential longer term uses for it, and this is the thing that one might only draw that conclusion if they actually dig in and become intimate with the industry and so forth. And it's not always cut and dried. It can be tough, and then what happens is, like I said, it can sustain longer than some people think it is going to. Hey, Philly Steaks. All right, look at this. See, you talk PBF. Philly Steaks arise. Philly Steak was looking into it as well. Yeah, it popped back today, huh, Philly? Pretty sick. Yeah, we were just poking around, and I'll tell you why, Philly, is because there was some insider buying on its midstream subsidiary that it has the ownership stake in, right here. Not much, but another in November, another $1 million worth from the Carlos Slim related entities here. Not quite as much as you saw with PBF, but that's where we were just pulling that up. Oh, you just caught up. Sick. All right. Cheers, Philly. Welcome. Yeah. Interesting add-on for sure. I was just saying, Philly, these bond prices, huh? You see these bond prices on PBF? Let me close out of some shit. Oh, did I lose it? All right, whatever. You ever see anything like this, Philly? On these, check out these, the 2020, is it 2028s? No, 2025s. Sold off smartly from February to, a notable premium, 107, to sub 50, 3 months later, above par, and then back below 50. I don't think I wouldn't say I trust my memory on this sort of stuff. I don't remember, but kind of bizarre. Definitely odd. Yeah, you don't see that. You know what this telegraphs to me is the market's like, what the hell? a tremendous amount of uncertainty, right? I kind of like seeing something like this because the market's like whips on. So that's what I was saying, Philly. I think what happened was you can understandable sell-off across the board, any bonds like that. And then I think people were probably pricing in a smart recovery. Economy's going to get back booming. A lot of value stuff was cranking. Heading into June and stuff, and I think maybe people were thinking, all right, maybe this is going to pass, summertime's hitting, and then what happened was now we're getting back into it. People were like, oh shit, maybe this is going to be more trouble than we thought. And the whole time people were worrying whether or not PBF's going to be able to maintain adequate liquidity to continue with its operations, and now they're like, shit, maybe they won't after all. It's just such huge swings. Usually it's, even like these are the 2025s. That's the thing, 2025s. I guess that makes more sense as to why I go to par. But if you go to the 2028s, it didn't quite get back to the par, right? There's a little bit more. You get a bounce back in it, but back to par. I feel like that's long-term opportunities back to normal in 1 to 2 years. That's how I'm thinking about it too. And so this whole time frame too, right? You see them buying, right? So I like to see that type of stuff, right? And then it's Carlos Slim related entities, and then real money. And this is the thing: he was buying back all the way back in the day, in 2019. I guess that's not that far back, but at much higher price points: 28, 22, 23, 30, 20. Like this whole weight, and kept on buying. And the other thing too is this used to be a Valpo stock, if I recall correctly. I believe Klarman used to own PBF back in the day. I kind of forget. I'm pretty sure he did though, and some other folks have too. I think Toll does too. Some a value shop, like people who they were speaking to the quality of their assets as well. These refining assets, I believe they're on the East Coast. Is that where they are? East Coast, boom, boom, boom. East Coast, Mid-Continent, Gulf Coast, kind of. They had some solid share of the refining assets on the East Coast. Up to 25s, there's plenty of time for travel and cruises to pick back up. Yeah. Yep. And I also do, for me, I actually like 40s and 50s. That usually means the type of equity for me. Usually when it's getting to like 20s and 30s, that's where I'm like, maybe these equities are super risky, right? But 40s and 50s, that just means like the bond folks are like, oh, there's a little bit some risk here. But usually that can mean like 5-bagger and 10-bagger potential for the equity, as you may know, Philly. But so it was more. This was largely like I needed to make sure the like liquidity and primarily liquidity type issues. In fact, I remember folks talking about this on Seeking Alpha. It was a topic that was it a news piece or people picked up on it too? Yeah, the closure of a refinery, but it wasn't before then. Yeah, I saw the insider buying, blah, blah, blah. Was it an article? No, it was news. I think I remember them talking about that back in on cash flow. Oh, yeah, June 24. Okay, PBF Energy cut to sell at Goldman Sachs on cash flow worries. This is the thing. He downgrade shares to sell from neutral with a $10 price target, right, which we're well below. This was June, where we're well below that now. Citing concerns about negative cash flow generation in 2021. Major liquidity problems, so they had picked up on it. Believes it could take years for PBF to reduce debt, but that's just the thing. If the company executes and succeeds, well, then it's gravy. You know what I mean? Like you get into the position where stocks get so cheap that it becomes like a binary outcome with asymmetric returns, where the downside might be somewhat limited, right? Because even in like a bankruptcy type situation, the assets can have so much value that it might still come out okay. And even if it files for bankruptcy, the market cap may still hold up. That's my point. But if they succeed in executing, then that's where you get your 5 and 10 bagger things. Then it becomes an easy decision once that stock price hits such a low price point. And so I see this stuff and I think, oh yeah, those are real risks. Maybe they don't succeed. But then I think, oh well, maybe the Carlos Slim entity should stop buying the stock if they think that's the case. They have pulled back a little bit, but then we saw some of the non-Carlos Slim entities getting involved. Young here buying 100K. O'Connor, but then the CEO buying 300K, and for someone like that, and that's a good amount. It's not a crazy amount. I like to see millions and shit, but it's a bit of a vote of confidence. I like to see that. That's why I keep on saying I wish they were buying right now, where the stock price has really gotten hit again below 5. It's kind of crazy. Oh yeah, did I pull up the fundamentals? Come on. Oh, I did. Good. Let me just pull that up. You see AFI. Oh, did it go down, Philly? Oh no. It popped. Did it come back? Ah, shit. Okay. Well, it's down a little bit. I mean, you're dialed into this, but yeah, so it kind of gave back those gains. It was breaking out a little bit there, but chart-wise too. You know, that's what this is a good example of why bottom of the box. Oh boy. yeah. So there's this, just for more general not necessarily for Philly. Philly's dialed into AFI, but what I'm talking about with just to tie everything back to GameStop, right? Because I have to. But when I'm looking for like these breakouts and breakdowns type stuff, right? When it breaks out, and I'll be like, let's just keep watching and let's just see what happens, and then it goes boom, boom, and it's looking decent. It was a breakout on the overbought too, and then earnings. So it was getting bid up into earnings. Philly's saying, and then it was earnings, and then it broke on earnings, whatever earnings were, and then it right down back down to the bottom of the box. So sometimes you see that too, as Philly I'm sure knew. It's getting bid up into earnings. It's not so much for true bona fide fundamental reasons, just getting bid up. But then who knows? It could be, if it's good earnings, then it can take off, right? But if it's bad earnings, then it can take a hit. But it's still in that box right there and stuff. But yeah, I did look into it, Philly, again, when you brought it up, and I forget if I talked about it on the stream. It just, at that $5 level, just wasn't looking as relatively interesting to me. Maybe I should dig back into it. What is that? $3? Is that $3? $3 maybe. I should check back into it. It was earnings. Okay. BRKA. Check it out. Interesting. Oh, what's that? What's that company, Jorge? What's that company? Nah, I'm kidding, Jorge. Right? I know Berkshire. Let me take a peek. I think, do I gotta use a dot? What do I gotta use? Stock charts. Oh, /. Oh, Jorge. Holy shit. How big is this move? %? That's a big move. So what I would say, you know what this sticks out to me? You know what sticks out to me here, Jorge, is I would say Berkshire may be a decent proxy for value. I'd say it's it popped out with value on Monday. It actually looks better. It's breaking out a little bit better than the other value stocks. Kind of came back a little bit, but they held their breakout. And now it's in an interesting place. If Berkshire can break out on its chart, you know what I mean? That'd be something to watch. 35, if you can get to that 350K range. Wow, that's a huge gap up for Berkshire, isn't it? What? Is there precedence for this? I don't even see one. Do you see one? Right here? It's not even... What's this, 10 years? I don't see anything that big of a gap up. I mean, I'm sure... Was it earnings? Was it earnings? Did they report? They must have reported, right? Oh, they bought back stock. What was that, Tuesday, November 3rd? Holy shit, that's a big pop on Berkshire. Could be a proxy for value. When was this? January 2020. Wow, even Berkshire's chart was looking good heading into March and April. Holy damn, okay. Not a strong breakout, but breaking out nonetheless. I mean, some other stuff was too, and then it got hit. Now it's getting back up there. Boy, breakout on that one, and then IWM. Tailwind. Not just for, I jokingly tying everything back to GameStop, but for these value stocks generally, something to keep an eye on, especially if y'all are value folks too. I know not everyone might be. That's cool, but these could continue to run, and I keep on. So look at, remember I talked about 2013 being a good proxy. Proxy is not the right word in this case, but to see like breakouts on like IWM and stuff. But you saw it with Berkshire too. Berkshire broke out 2013. Same thing. It's the same thing as IWM. Look at this. It's the same chart. Go watch this. See the breakout. See the breakout above those 2008 highs, and then it just kept on running. This is Berkshire, and this isn't just some swag stock. All through 2013, and then they kind of settled down, took some time, took a breather, but never sells off aggressively. Boom, 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 boom. Pretty much. Was that 5-6 straight years? And then you pop up IWM. It's the same damn chart. It's kind of cool. Boom. Boom. Same chart. So it is probably a decent proxy. So, yeah, this is looking like a good setup. Recently got into, PCID, okay. I know, some people would talk about that in this chat, but I actually don't know too much about it. Try to put a little bit in large caps. Yeah. So it's good. And it can be good. I mean, good from a diversification standpoint. But I mean, obviously, a 6% yield these days is great. But and let the dividend yield trade back in line. That's a good. I like that as a good cash management strategy, by the way, too, Philly. Hey, Jay Booth, what up, Jay Booth? Happy Friday. I like it from a cash management standpoint too. I don't do enough of it right now, but first of all, from cash management, right? If you just got cash sitting there waiting to deploy and maybe very attractive opportunities like 5-baggers, 10-baggers, whatever it is, it'd be good to be putting that cash to use, whether it's in large caps or even bonds and stuff. Just a small piece. Yeah. Collect a dividend. And And then when something more appealing comes along, hey, you collected a dividend, maybe even had some capital gains along the way. Now you go deploy it in something else, but you could do the same thing with bonds and stuff. I don't do enough of this shit right now, but I like to. But then also, I mean, you get your strategy, right? I'm talking about how I've been kind of thinking about large caps recently too. About back March and April, I was trying to collect some larger cap type stocks too, because it's kind of that's a proxy for risk too, the size of the company. But 6% yield ain't bad, as you know. Okay, so James Lee, you've been talking about CR. I do have it up. Oh, I don't have it up. CRSR. Well, where's the chart? What? Where's the chart? James, where's the chart? Oh, shit. That's the most invisible chart I've ever seen, James. Props on the most invisible chart I've ever seen. The chart that wasn't there. Ooh, not a bad looking chart, James. The hell is this? Corsair Gaming? What type of gaming? Good looking chart right off the bat. Gaming and streaming peripherals. Oh, is this the one you mentioned the other day, James? No, James, didn't you? Someone else mentioned like a peripheral type gaming related company, but it was a smaller market. Was this it? I don't think this was it. Oh, this looks interesting. Designs, markets, and ships gaming and streaming peripherals, components and systems in the American. There's gamers and creator peripherals, including gaming keyboards, mice. Okay, so there's some good competition in this space, though. Do you use this stuff, James? Pre-built and custom-built gaming PCs. It's a good space. I wish it was smaller. Yeah, I saw that. I think I saw RAM listed there, right? Yeah. I'm probably not going to see anyone I'd recognize with a new IPO type company. 15, so it's doubled. Oh, it's good RAM. Okay. All right, that's something for me. Is it profitable at all? Oh. Okay. Hey, what's up, Trent? Cheers, Trent. Also solid power supply units. Okay. I mean, this is the type of IPO that has my attention a little bit. Still probably not my style, but at least I can kind of understand it. Growing rapidly. $1 billion. Okay. Trades at a multiple of revenue. Is profitable. Huh. How good is that shit? So very, very good RAM. Also solid power supply units. There's some solid competition there, though. Yeah, they're definitely a name brand for gaming PCs. Okay. They are a name brand for gaming PCs. Okay. Revenues, gross profit, SG&A, total operating expense, operating income. They got some debt, but $100 million in operating income. So they get $1 in operating. What do they got? It seemed like the IPO price wasn't that bad. I mean, this might be inflated a bit going right before you go in public and stuff. Like the run rate might be $1 in operating income on a $15 share price going public in a pretty solid space. Doesn't seem that bad, does it? But yeah, lots of competition in that space. So that's the thing that sticks out to me. It's a good space, but unless their shit is like way, way better, it's tough. But maybe you say, if you were to like, yo, Corsair is the go-to brand, that if you're doing it right and they got higher margins stuff, like the Apple of this space, not, you know what I mean? But you get get the gist. It's like, no, that's what you want to have. Then that's something. It's like, all right, they got a leg up on the competition. And in good position, given name recognition. Okay. profitable. 40 cents this quarter. 455. 27. Right. Not crazy fat. You're not going to have fat profit margins in a business like this, right? In the retail. You're just not. 10% operating profit. They aren't a must-have, but a name you'll happily put in your rig. Okay. Thank you for sharing that, Dusty, because I have no idea. So even that's helpful for me. Like if you had, that's what I mean. If you said, yo, these are the best, these are the worst, these are decent as a recognizable name brand. But then my question is, okay, and they're profitable, that's good, but the market cap is already 2.7 billion on revenues of maybe like 1.5. Is some of this stuff already priced in? And all low volume also should have stayed instead of scalping. Okay. I don't have a strong opinion. As far as IPOs go, it looks kind of interesting, but not really. Not really my forte as a value investor. Corsair gets good frontage at stores. They're heavily pushed at micro centers and have good visibility at Walmarts. Thank you, Trent. Good visibility at Walmarts. Okay. The name kind of sounds familiar. Let me see their logo. Okay, it looks familiar a bit. We just looked at Logitech, which has been crushing it, right? Probably a good time to go public for a company like Corsair. Plus, right into the console, like a very wise timing on the IPO, heading into the new consoles and stuff. Very wise. I'm sure they timed that. Top 5 in their space. Great. One of the most popular all-in-one water cooling. Okay. They're not even going to have that many in fundamentals. They could. I can pop it up. I get the right ticker? Yeah, probably not. Oh, it's not going to be in here. It's not going to be in my universe. I need to add it to my universe. Bummer. Oh, I could still have fundamentals, though, I think. Let me see. We'll see if it shows up. Oh, I do. But just 1 quarter. You know what I mean? That ain't shit. Nah, I got nothing. Better hardware than Logitech? Okay. Who knows about that one day, Jorge? Who knows? Who knows? It'd be nice, though. I'll take it. But could be. It might be quiet. That's my guess. Where are we right now? The 13th? Maybe 2 weeks before. Maybe volume will start. It'll probably be. I bet it's slow. I bet it's slow right through the holidays. Unless something's announced. Let me see. Yeah, I bet it picks up the week of the 30th. That's what I bet. It's my best guess right now. Could be slow. Probably slow next week. It could get it up a buck or two, drop a buck. Thank you, Jorge. Thank you, Jorge. I gotta earn them from Jorge. I'll tell you what. I gotta earn them. That ain't that the truth. Jump back. Oh, you made it through AR. Okay. Make KCAC. Oh, yeah, I did. I got it up over here. Let me pop it up. That's a good looking chart. Not a great looking chart though, but nice pop. Nice pop. Is that daily? Hey, nice pop on the daily. Might get some early console numbers down. Okay, early console numbers. Do they sometimes do that, Dusty? I kind of forget. Do they give the... be a light catalyst though. I don't think... I mean, we even had new consoles coming out this week. The market was like, So you have to see. I've been using Corsair. Oh, so James has been using... Oh, there you go. Then James was keeping an eye out for the IPO. Nice. Been using it since diapers. All right. I'm in the States, Jorge. I'm in the States. Probably want full weekly. Yeah, Philly. It's usually the first or second week in January. I believe last year was January 8th. Oh, January 8th was the ICR. January 13th were the holiday sales results. So yeah, first 2 weeks. A make or break moment. The issue is it's just revenues and same store sales. And so with things, there's certain things that aren't reflected in here, such as you know what, all the costs, like the free cash flow. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't say make or break moment. It depends where the price is headed into it. I mean, I'm paying attention to this, right? I make no mistake, but it's just revenues, and for me personally, it certainly it can't break my thesis. But as far as sentiment goes and eyeballs on it, it's going to have an impact on stuff. But it's a huge variables with the prices at going into it. It's at 2025. If it's at 10, you know what I mean? Like that's going to matter. But otherwise, it's just revenues, year over year revenues, and you'd expect them to crush it, no? But that's a lot of the bull thesis, no? Isn't it supposed to be the biggest quarter theoretically? Well, it's down. I mean, it's going to be like the year-over-year numbers are going to be redonkulous, right? But the bull thesis is the free cash flows. So yeah, you want to have it's got to be a very big. If it's, I mean, that's true. If it's not a big year-over-year gain on the revenues, then yeah, that's not great. It supposedly only goes down there. Oh, yes. Oh, the revenues only goes down. Right. I see what you're saying. Okay. So it's supposed, and the one thing on that though is revenues perhaps, but free cash flows as more games come out and that type of stuff in the used game market, that can be huge on the free cash flow front. Make or break? I don't know if I'd buy into that. It's not. I'm not saying it's unimportant, of course, right? But I don't know. I don't think you can pin a make or break on just one revenue figure. Some folks maybe. Some folks, I guess that's true. But like but not me. Not me. It'd have to be if it were really bad. All right, that's okay. But this is the thing: make or break. I think there's a lot of gray area in that. So that's I hesitate to say. I hesitate to do black and white. I just say, yeah, it could be black and white. If they come in with $4 billion in revenues, sure, that's make. If it comes in with $1 billion in revenues, well, it's just holiday sales. It's just holiday sales. That's right. Even still, my point still stands because what they have 1.8. Yeah, if it's 1 point, then that's a break. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it could be in theory, but I think there's so much gray area that I lean toward the gray area. They can show something meaningful in terms of new revenue growth. Yeah. Nope, Jorge's getting after it. That time of night. They can show something meaningful. That's true. But some of their revenue growth too is not just Q4. It takes time. It takes time to manifest. You know what I mean? Like some of in some ways, in my thesis, you know what I mean? Like that's the thing. I'd be curious to see how Q3 is going, right? If they are leveraging that data to do some more sponsoring and affiliate type marketing on their website. It looks like that kicked off. Maybe we'll see some new revenue this go around. And we talked about some like in-store partnerships with some of the gaming publishers. Like those are new revenue streams that haven't even been inked or anything like that. But That's right. So Uber's saying what I just said is that it could be a break. Yeah, if it's atrocious or if it's tremendous, it could be make or break. But there's so much gray area. I agree with Uber. If they were atrocious in relation to peers due to severely diminished market share, it could be a break. I agree. Oh, you don't think it's a break? Philly, you don't think it's a break if it's atrocious? Or you don't? That seems incongruous with all the observables. Oh, I'm curious what you think, Philly. Are you thinking it is make or break or it isn't make or break? And you thinking about it? I think technically speaking, it could be make or break, but it. Oh yeah. So I'm with. Oh well, I'm trying to use an extreme point, Philly, to make my point. Is if they, you know what I mean? I'm trying to make it a. I don't think it is make or break either. But I'm saying if just something stupid. If there was only 500 million in sales or 1 billion in sales, of course, I think we'd all agree with what the hell's going on here. That's all. That's like technically, sure, you can. I could be. My mind could be. I'm wrong on a technicality, but I think the most likely outcome is what you're saying. Is it isn't going to be make or break. I lean toward the ambiguity, the gray area. I lean toward the gray area in that. Yeah, okay, we're on the same page. I figured we would be, Philly. I know you're level-headed, so I think some people want to make some of these things like these big type things. You know what I mean? But the boring truth is they tend not to be. They tend to be this more grind type stuff. If it's not some definite yes, definite no, permanent partnership that changes everything, it doesn't tend to go that way. But and on the flip side too, that but if the price point, that's to say nothing about the price reaction to the news. You know what I mean? Like that's a whole nother thing that you got to speculate on, as you know, Philly. But that's what goes through my mind too. Is like, well, how are holiday sales going to be, and then how's the market going to react to it? You know what I mean? And that stuff gets even messier. I think it's going to be a good. I think I kind of lean toward Uber on this. Yeah, you want to see those? Hey, Phil. I mean, if you have any, I'd be curious about if you have any. We were running through. Oh, you caught up, so you saw Philly. I was going to say we were running through some possible estimates of revenues. Well, we were talking about Q3, but I want to see those revenues too, right? It would be nice to see some nice prints that the market isn't expecting. Oh, you saw. Okay, cool. So you're up. That was mostly Q3 stuff, but. Yeah, some crazy. Maybe we get some new revenue streams. Again, we may see it for Q3, but even some stuff for Q4. Already some of the Xbox All Access tough stuff. I don't know how big that's going to be, but that's going to flow through. And then like some of this used game type stuff, I think that'd be picking up right now too. Q4. The Q4 results are a huge one for me. Q4 results very big for me. In the combination of Q4, Q1, Q2 is make or break for me. Maybe it is for you too, right? Maybe that's not such a bold thing to say, but people have asked me, well, what the hell is going to break your thesis? And at this point, that's it. Yeah, because we made it here. I had some question marks in March and April as to the subsequent 6 months. I'm like, oh, and now we're there. So yeah, all access sales and membership sold. Yeah. So that, I made a joke in my. I had a joke. I was talking about power membership rewards, but I was talking about this stuff. This was part of my. It was one of the Abraham Burry's. This one. What the hell happened? No, that's not it. No. Where the hell is it? What? So I was talking about this and the Power Up Rewards member. But you're talking about all access sales as increased revenue streams, right? But I think all this stuff is kind of gonna. I just think these figures themselves are gonna be important. But I get that you're talking to how they flow through to revenues. But you think they'll report those numbers? Oh no, I don't think so. Philly. Oh wait, do you mean if you're asking if they're going to report the all access sales membership sold, I don't think they'll report that. We're talking about two different memberships here, and you just mentioned that. It made me think of that because I just want to see this increase. I think we're going to see a huge increase in the number of Power Up membership rewards out there, and which indirectly results in more revenues. But anyway, to answer your damn question, I don't think they're going to disclose that stuff. Why would they? They would if they if they want to get it out there. But I think for competitive reasons, I think you keep that on the DL. I think. If anyone disagrees, let me know. I'm not. That's not so much a high conviction take right there. But I think for competitive reasons, you don't disclose that to the public. U.S. credit card data. Yep. I think those will be low just based on the allocation. Yeah. So that's a good example, Dusty. Like some of that stuff takes time where it increases. I don't know how much it flows through. Even still, it's still an incremental revenue stream, to Philly's point, that they didn't have before, and now they have it. And there's a question mark as to how much what that leads to, but I think that's kind of what Philly's getting at, that these streams they're hitting the line now. If we're not getting cuts, I sure want to hear more detail about the allocations and attach rates early on. I'm sure they'll refer to the bundled next-gen sales. Oh, I mean, they're not going to say. I think that'll be an IR call, right? More detail about the allocations. I mean, what would they disclose? That they did. Well, they don't know what their competitors did, number one. So it's not like they could say industry best or anything like that. They could say that they did a good job with attachments and that they had high attachment rates and stuff. But as far as detail goes, I don't know about that. They'll refer to the bundled next-gen sales they're using. Yeah, okay. I hope they do that too, Uber. Like, we're speculating here based on what we're seeing. They should mention that. Be like, yo, that's you can expect attachments rates were well. They did well this year because we were a lot of it was attached to the new consoles. Blah 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 blah. Maybe Microsoft ask you to go try to bolster their value. Yeah. What else did they announce here? So the sheer number of revenues, 9 weeks, comp sales. That's it. Okay. So this was last year, and we expect to optimize profitably and increase new revenue streams in advance. So Philly, there you go. I mean, this was them almost 12 months ago, talking about how they want to increase new revenue streams in advance of new console introductions for holiday 2020. So we know that in some ways they've already implemented this stuff, and the big question mark now is how meaningful is it going to be in the near term? Some of this stuff I feel like it takes time to really get going. That's what I think right off the bat. I don't know for sure, but look forward to delivering progress against this. Oh, guidance update. So they did give guidance. They did give guidance last year. They had to adjust their guidance so many times last year. If you remember, many times it was not a good look. So and then they reduced their what was it, liquidity forecast, right? What is this? Yeah. In late March. Okay. I wonder what that year-over-year comp beat would be. Q4. And Q3. Let's see Q3. I'll think about Q4 more after Q3. Let's hope Uber's right. Oh shit. Oh yeah. What was Hugo saying? I pulled up your chart. Kensington. Okay. Case Acton. Quantum space. You gonna bet on a moonshot, Hugo? I'll take that bet right off the bat. Oh, that's a good look. Wait a second. That is a good looking chart. What are you saying? QuantumScape announced a special meeting stockholders to approve the pending business combination. Oh, okay. Top-notch and expensive. Really can't see how they can give guidance with there being rampant COVID. Yeah, they can't. They can't. I mean, the odds of that are, I think the odds of them giving guidance are lower than the odds of buybacks. I don't know if you agree with that, Uber, but that's how I feel. Hey, Cheyenne, sup. Hope you had a nice week. Hope you had, if you worked today, hope you had an okay day at work. Kick back. I did see the Morgan Stanley, Ryan. I did see that. We were going through that earlier, but I yanks out of some stuff. Cheers, Cheyenne. Cheers. I did see that. Morgan Stanley was, you know what, I meant to mention that, Ryan. We were going through the different firms that took some stakes, and Morgan Stanley was a little bit noteworthy. There was like, if there were only 3 firms worth noting, that Morgan Stanley one was one of them. Where the hell was it? Yeah, because it was 3%. I did see that. But they're not like, I don't view them as like active. Like, I view them as more passive, right? So it's not that big of a deal, except it's 3% of the shares. And it was a new position, right? Oh, it wasn't new. Much larger position. But you know what I mean? I view them as like a State Street type, and the Dimensional, and BlackRock, and FMR. But I did note it was 3%. Most other store-based retailers reinstated like Ross. Oh, I'm not sure, Uber, off the top of my head. I'm not sure. If they did, I'd be curious. That's the thing. It's because they use such strong language. It'd be weird to go back again. You can't. But I don't know. I don't know if they did. Okay. Ross, TGX next week. All right. We'll see if they announce. Well, now you got me curious. Let me just pop this open. Oh, there you go. Okay, so Uber, check this out. If they do announce further, due to this uncertainty, we are not providing any additional guidance for the third quarter or financial outlook for fiscal 2021 at this time. Kind of implying that they're not going to do guidance. Not as strongly worded as Jim Bell, but... Okay, here we go. Is this a question? What is this? It is a question. And I'm not giving guidance margin. In terms of when you looking at the overall, I'm not giving guidance margins, but we've taken a strategic expense to cost management. In addition to the, all right, that's it. Given the lack of visibility and the potential impact from this ongoing health crisis, we are not providing sales or earning guidance. We're not providing any forward guidance or commentary on future margins right now. We're not providing sales or earnings guidance. We're not providing any forward. Oh, it's the same one. Okay. So they're not as strongly worded about the full year either. You think Barry... Cheyenne says, you think Barry increased or stayed the same? I would say he trimmed. I bet he trimmed. I'm going to say my base case is a trim of... 20%. I'm going to go with 20%. Oh, what do you got a bad feeling about? And so if he stayed the same, Cheyenne, I view that as bullish because he had a good opportunity to trim and he chose not to. It could be one thing that has changed. So Burry trimmed in April, if y'all remember. He trimmed here. Had a quick run up. What happened was he added more, I believe, right? Right. And then he trimmed 20% on the smart run up, which was a smart move, especially so far for the consoles. And now he had the run up and let's see, from June. So it did nothing right there, right? But then you had the smart run up from here to September 30th, and he got into the 8s and 9s from his. He was buying in the 3s and 4s and 5s. We know he was a buyer years ago above 10. He was a buyer above 10 at the time. But what has changed is Ryan Cohen's involvement. It may be, right? And we know Ryan Cohen was an investor way back in the day. Perhaps Ryan Cohen has reinvigorated him. You know what I mean? Or his involvement has, as with me, it has increased my probability of a successful turnaround or of what the valuation could be with a successful turnaround because of Cohen. That was the impact on me. Hell, why couldn't it be the same impact on Burry? In which case, Burry's no longer viewing this as just some short-term trading opportunity, but he's instead viewing it as, holy shit, the consoles are here. The free cash flows are coming, and now Ryan Cohen's involved to potentially turn this into a potential 10-bagger. You know what I mean? In which case, don't trim. That's why no trim is bullish for me, especially after the earnings and the run up to 9. Maybe he trimmed up to 15, right? That was a continuation of that smart run up, right? That's after September 30th. And you can't even blame him, right? That's a pretty quick run up to 15, but up to 8 and 9. So I'm expecting a trim, and I would view it bullishly if he were flat. Just 8-ball if it's a make or break. We could 8-ball what Burry did. Okay. Did Michael Burry trim his GameStop stake in calendar Q3? Oh boy. Why do I suck at getting it straight? Let me try that again. Oh no. Tell us we're going to the moon. Or I don't know where we're going. Yeah, I view it as what would I say? I view it as that he still has potentially a vested interest in GameStop, right? I mean, that's how I interpreted that, right? That's kind of the extent of my thought, right? And then coupled with that, the Amazon related article, right, that was published that everyone has been attributing to Cohen's intentions and stuff. Whereas Cohen has said nothing about that. It was just that damn article aligned with his filing and stuff. But both of those, I view it as like a vested interest type thing. But that's it. If you have other thoughts, I'd be curious. But I don't know how else to read into that. I mean, I guess that increase. I mean, GameStop's not going to compete with Amazon, right? But that latest one, I viewed as GameStop was a natural beneficiary of it. That's how I interpreted that, right? That's why I retweeted that out right away. I'm like, oh shit, here we go. And this was after this 13. This is when was this? This is November, which is important to note because this 13F we're getting will be of September 30th, and that tweet will have come out way after, right? So, like for example, I don't think that he has sold out of it, right? Yeah, he's been tweeting some more. He's been much more active, which was atypical, and stuff's been sticking too. Yeah, people were saying the same, right? That to getting the Chewy comparisons. Yo, blessed. We still here for now. Cheers, blessed. That's right. I think, and I very much agree with that, Dusty. I think many other folks do, and that's why it's a big part of the potential for GameStop's turnaround. That's why a big part of the reason it could work. Oh, it was Ryan. It was talking about Amazon bumbling some of the console type stuff, and who would benefit if Amazon's messing up its console delivery type stuff. Which, who would benefit from that? And of course, all the other retailers would benefit, but notably GameStop. Because other folks might say, all right, well, if Amazon's struggling with this, I'll go buy some of my gaming stuff elsewhere. What was that? Anything else that was in that PBF? Corsair, good Corsair conversation. Didn't even know about that one, so thanks for bringing me up to speed on that. Talk about that. KCAC. SPAC type stuff. I was surprised how little gaming related PR we got this week. Was anyone else? Not even anything about the new call. I mean, there was some stuff, like only the Black Friday stuff. I thought that was a little bit odd. I expected, well, we talked about this last week. How even fluff type stuff, we didn't even get that. We got Black Friday stuff. There were 0 news releases about the consoles. Isn't that odd? Oh, I did see that. How come I didn't like it? I must have been not paying attention. We say, Matt. Let's see if I can just track it down quick. Spider-Man. MPDXR game had spending reached a new October. Dollar sales, right? I did. It was a huge October. I did see these numbers, but forgot to. Accessories. Yeah, and this is Q3. This is Q3. As Uber knows full well. Why it's clutch too that it was the top search item. We know why they were searching, but nevertheless. Bestsellers. Best-selling games. Okay. I'm trying to just look for some figures. Oh, here we go. Mario Kart Live. The home circuit ranked as the 5th best-selling game of October. That's good. That's that physical stuff that you might be buying. Best-selling game. I mean, you can get it shipped too, of course, but... Oh, there's a whole bunch of shit here, huh? I thought it was going to be like one tweet I might look at for a quick summary, you know? Oh, I think I did see this. Did someone retweet this? I saw this chart. I did see this one. Oh, that's a couple of days ago. Oh, shit. Feeling it. Okay. Hope this first week. Yeah, so they're gonna report. Yeah, the first week numbers could be a little boost. It is somewhat soft, but. Overtime clutch. What up? Overtime clutch. We in overtime. We officially in overtime. Oh, I forget what y'all. I miss what y'all talking about. Okay. Ooh, okay. What did we get? 11? Okay. Whew, kind of feeling it. October. Yeah. October. Previous quarter. Hey. I think we'll call tonight. I think we'll call. We'll have a. We've had a couple of weeks to catch up on our sleep now, though, right? So I lean toward another quiet, potentially week, probably maybe going into the holidays, but you never know. You get something, some announcement or something, and then you're in the box, so things can just bop around and stuff. But we'll keep an eye on that. Monday we'll be talking about 13Fs. We'll be talking about whatever Burry did. Probably that will be part of the stream. We'll talk about that during the stream. But also next week too, if someone did add, some people were speculating that if someone was adding this week, some firm was adding this week. Although you might not get a filing, you could have someone adding without getting a filing. But we'll have more 13Fs next week. Even for maybe there's new ones that we haven't even seen before of a good sized position. But we'll see. Other than that, though, it could be quiet unless there's some big PR. And then you got the holiday week, which tends to be a quieter week. Also, if you remember too, remember that KBIO squeeze that happened? But didn't it happen like on Thanksgiving Day or something? That's atypical, and you should highly like it. But that was when thinking about holiday week. I think about that event that had happened that week. But other than that, usually it's just a quiet week. But then after that, then you're getting into, first of all, for GameStop, you're getting closer to Q3 and stuff. But it could be another quiet. But now it's pretty much making it clear. Market doesn't give a shit right now. Market's just waiting. I mean, this is really low volume. I'm very impressed by the low volume because I think if suddenly there's volume and suddenly people get very bullish, I think that accelerates a run up. I think that. And then if for some reason, and then layer on top of that, if for some reason the shorts want to close, then that's where things can get explosive. But that's where boom, 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 boom. But this is really, so I just think that short ratio, that's what's kind of weighing in my mind. But maybe the shorts don't close. But I'm really impressed with how low that's been. This was the low. Look at this, 3.5. 3.5. When was the last day we had this low? Let's go. 3.5 today, right? Holy shit. Okay, October 7th. The day before the Microsoft news was the last day we had volume this low. And before then, look at before then. August 27th, the day before Ryan Cohen filed his 13-day. Holy shit. That's how low volume was today. You know what I mean? Like, this is really sticking out to me as like a company this shorted. There should be more trading going back and forth. No one's trading anything, but I don't know if that means anything. I just think I just expected more, especially with all that's been going on, but really gotten quiet. And so now at this point, I'm like, market is complacent with where we're at right now, and we're just waiting for new stuff. So we'll see next week. Oh, November 15th. I forget the dates. Thanks, Ryan. That was something, huh? I can't get the chart now, but it was talk about a squeeze. Talk about a squeeze. I mean, that's not, well, it is a squeeze, I suppose, but that was crazy. So, okay. All right, we'll call it a night, we'll call it a week, but decent week. I know maybe some of us are alone in this, but decent week, I think. Not a perfect week, but as long as this shit's holding up, this looks good to me because I remain bullish on the fundamentals. So as the chart holds up, just holds steady, keeps it together, then the fundamentals will take care of this. I mean, you know what I mean? That's how I feel. So holds right in that box today, right in that boom, 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 right in there. So we'll see where it goes next week. Yeah. If it wasn't for the shorts, there would be no volume. Yeah, but the thing is, there's no buy. Yeah, you know what I mean. There's no buys. There's no buying volume. That's what will take care of this stuff. So you need people to want to buy. They need some motivation, and I think it'll come. But just a question of timing. Clearly, people want news and stuff. So Joe's saying, yeah. So yeah, this particular situation, I mentioned this on a stream previously, can be again not even just the GameStop. Forget GameStop for just a moment, but just generally when you have like a technical setup like this and that you're close to some support levels, writing puts is one option that you might do. That's not a recommendation or anything like that, but I can understand where Joe's coming from here. That when you're near that level, that's what you can do. That's one potential path that you might take. Exactly. Cheers to that, Joe. Let's just chill, play some games this weekend. There we go. Just chill, just hang out. We'll just kick back. All right. Y'all have a nice weekend. Enjoy. What do I mean? All right there. Have a nice weekend. Peace out, Dusty. If you download, Dusty, I hope by the time we see you next on the stream, your download has finished. If not, we're gonna have to switch from long to short. Good luck, Dusty, with that. Space Burrito, peace out, Space Burrito, as always. Always good for a final cheers. Jorge, peace out. I don't know, peace out. Ryan, later, Ryan. Nice to see you back. Dusty, Jorge, and Uber. I know Uber and Philly were around here. Joe, peace out, and Hugo. Good luck with everything down there. Later, Uber. Have a good weekend. All right. Peace out. GameStop and chill. This. All right. Have a good weekend. Oh, let me finish this shit. Yeah. Cheyenne, later. Peace out, Cheyenne. Yeah, right. Hugo. Later, Hugo. All right. Peace out, everybody. Let me get this queued up. Which one? I think that one. All right. Peace.